Hey everyone, just a reminder to subscribe. There's just not a lot of room in my life for things that don't make sense, or things that I can't just figure out. However, this thing doesn't make sense, but I think it's worth sharing. I met my friend Danny at work about 6 years ago. We were placed on the same project team, and somewhere between bad conference room coffee and a shared contempt for a particular manager, we became friends. Friends who grab lunch, text each other stupid things, show up when it matters. He's one of the better people I know. Danny has a son, older than my daughter by about 5 years. His ex-wife has primary custody, and he gets every other weekend and some holidays. He doesn't complain about it, but you can see it on him sometimes. This particular quiet that settles in when my daughter does something funny or says something unexpected. He watches her like a man taking notes on something he's missing. My daughter was 4 when she started talking to Marky. An imaginary friend, and an interesting name. Not Bubbles or Captain something. A real plain, ordinary name. And she'd start using it, announcing things like, Marky said the syrup should go first. Marky doesn't really like cartoons. Marky likes the dog next door. I did what parents do and just smiled. I set an extra place at the table once when she asked. I told her that Marky sounded like good people. Our pediatrician said that imaginary friends were healthy, even good for kids. I moved on. Danny was over most Saturday afternoons that year. My place was comfortable for him, I think, somewhere that he could just exist without the custody schedule hanging over everything. He and my daughter had their own thing going. She'd pull him outside to show him whatever she'd found that week. A weird rock, a dead beetle, a stick that she'd named Gerald. He always went. He never made her feel like her world was small, you know? It was an October afternoon. We were watching a game. She was in and out of the room like she always was, and at some point she wandered in from the hallway, looked straight at Danny with the casual confidence that only small children have, and said, Marky says hi. He loves you, you know? Then she giggled and ran back down the hall. I looked at Danny. He'd gone completely still. Not the stillness of confusion. It was something deeper than that. He was staring at the hallway that she'd disappeared into, and I watched the color leave his face, the way that it does when something reaches all the way back. I said his name, and he turned to me slowly and asked very quietly what she'd just called her imaginary friend. I told him, repeating the name. He picked up his drink and put it back down without actually taking a sip, and then he asked me if I knew his brother's name. I didn't. In the 2 years that we'd been friends, Danny hadn't even mentioned a brother, let alone his name. There are things about people you understand without being told that they're not ready to hand over. That's sort of how Danny was about family, so I never pressed. His brother was named Marcus, 5 years younger than Danny, and Marky is what Danny had called him their whole lives. Nobody in my home knew that. It had never come up in conversation. There were no photos of Marcus anywhere, no stories told in my daughter's presence. Marcus had died before I ever met Danny, and hadn't existed in our friendship at all. Danny cried, quietly, but I saw the tears. I didn't say anything because there wasn't anything to say. I just sat there with him while the game played and my daughter's voice carried faintly down the hall, still talking, still laughing at something only she could hear. Danny left a couple hours later and I didn't push him on any of it, but he called me a few days later. It was late. I could tell that he'd been sitting with what he wanted to say for a while. He told me about Marcus, about being 19 and selling his little brother his old Mustang. Not a junker, a real one. Something he'd saved for and was proud of. About how Marcus drove it the way you drive something fast when you're 15 and invincible. And your older brother thinks that you're more cool than terrifying. I learned about how Danny had laughed about it, had even encouraged it, the way that a 19-year-old does when he hasn't learned yet what's actually at stake. Marcus died in that car 6 months after Danny handed him the keys. Danny obviously blamed himself because he'd been encouraging and because it was his car. He said that he'd never told anyone the whole thing, how he felt about it. Not his parents, not old friends, nobody. He said he didn't know why he was telling me now, except that it felt like maybe he was supposed to. I told him that I thought he was right, and that I was glad that he did. My daughter stopped mentioning Marky a few weeks after that. There was no announcement, no farewell. He was just gradually gone the way that imaginary friends go. But I think about this so much. A 4-year-old girl who'd never met Marcus, who didn't know Danny had a brother, who couldn't have known any of it, wandering in from the hallway with syrup on her shirt and delivering a message with a giggle like it was the most ordinary thing in the world. Maybe it was. Maybe that's exactly what it was supposed to feel like. I want to say up front that I was not asleep. I know how these stories go. I know the first thing people think when a 9-year-old says that she saw something in the dark is that she was half dreaming, that the brain does strange things between sleep and waking, that kids have vivid imaginations. I've told this story exactly twice in my life, and both times I watched the person I was telling slowly start to build that explanation before I even finished. So I just want to be clear before I say anything else. I'd been awake, was still awake, before it happened. It was summer, which meant that the nights were long and I was allowed to stay up later than usual, and I had absolutely abused that privilege. I'd been reading with a flashlight under my covers until my eyes hurt. Then I clicked it off, and I laid there in the dark. Once my eyes adjusted, I started to make out the shapes of my room again. The dresser, the chair in the corner, the thin line of the door. Except the door wasn't a thin line anymore. It was open, maybe a third of the way. And I could see a narrow slice of the hallway, where the darkness was a slightly different shade than my room. I wasn't immediately scared. Doors come open sometimes. I figured that I hadn't latched it properly. And then I saw her. She was standing at the end of the hallway, just standing there, completely still, with her head hanging down like she was looking at the floor. Long hair falling forward around her face. She was wearing something light-colored, a nightgown, a long shirt. I couldn't tell exactly. The hallway was dark, but there was enough light coming from somewhere. A nightlight in the bathroom, maybe. The glow from outside. Well, there was enough to make out her shape clearly. She looked like my mom. Not exactly like my mom, but the shape was right. That was the part that my brain kept snagging on, even at 9 years old. The proportions were right. The hair even. The general shape was right. But something about it was off. She was standing in the dark, for starters. I whispered, "Mom." She didn't move. I said it louder. "Mom?" Nothing. No response, no tilt of the head. There wasn't even a shift in her posture, just stillness. She shouldn't have been still. She should be reacting to me. It would be nice to say that I was brave about what happened next, but I wasn't. I pulled my blanket up over my chin. And I called for my mom the way that I hadn't called for her since I was maybe 5. Not a whisper or even a word, really. Just that specific frequency of scared that travels through walls. My mom entered my room, crossing directly in front of the woman in the hallway. She'd heard me and come from her bedroom. She came in asking what was wrong, turned on my lamp, and I couldn't answer her because I was looking just past her at the hallway and the woman still standing there. Her head was still down, still in the dark, all while my actual mother stood in my room with her hand on my lamp asking me what happened. I just pointed. My mom looked towards the hallway. I don't know what she saw or didn't see. Her expression did something complicated that she smoothed over quickly. It was as if she was deciding in real time how to handle something. She told me it was nothing, probably just shadows. I should come sleep in her bed if I was scared. I didn't argue. I didn't explain. I just got up and kept my eyes down while she picked me up and carried me out of the room. I didn't look back at the hallway. I've always told myself that was the smart choice. I slept in my parents' bed that night, wedged between them, and I didn't sleep well even so. Every time I started to drift, I'd jerk back awake, and that image sitting right in the back of my eyes. The stillness. No, she didn't answer when I called. Didn't react. My mom never brought it up the next morning, so I didn't either. We just had breakfast and moved on. It never actually happened again. Whatever was standing in that hallway, it only came once. I don't find that comforting, exactly. If anything, it bothers me. Once was enough to know what I saw. Once was enough to know that it wasn't my mom. But what was it? I remember Margaret left on a Thursday. She was visiting our daughter in Phoenix for 2 weeks, something she did every spring. I'd done this a dozen times over the years, 2 weeks alone in the house, eating whatever I wanted, watching whatever I wanted, keeping my own hours. I'm retired, 71 years old, and I'm not a man who gets rattled. Which isn't to say I've never been rattled. The first night I noticed I was watching TV around 9. Nothing specific triggered it. There was no sound, really. There was just this gradual awareness that settled over me, the way that the change in the weather does. The feeling that I wasn't alone in the room. I looked around at the doorway, the windows, the corners. Everything was exactly as it should be. The house was quiet. I told myself that it was the particular silence of the home that's used to 2 people, now just holding only one. It always feels lonelier at night. I turned off the television and went to bed. The second night, though, that feeling, it came back stronger. I was sitting in my chair after dinner reading, and somewhere around 10 o'clock, the feeling arrived again. It was a bit more specific this time. If I had to put a point on it, I'd say it was coming from Margaret's chair. The one that was angled across from mine, one she'd had since before we were married. I looked at it. There was nothing there, just a chair. Just a familiar indent of the cushion from 40 years of her sitting in it, of course. But even with this visual confirmation, the feeling didn't leave. I sat with my book open on my lap, and I didn't read a single word for about 20 minutes. And then I got up, checked the doors and windows out of habit rather than any real belief that it would help. And I decided again it was time for bed. But I didn't sleep well. I couldn't shake the feeling. I wondered if this is what getting sick felt like. You know, the real sick that us old-timers have to worry about. But anyway, the third night, I almost called Margaret when it happened. I'd been thinking about it all day, almost talking myself out of what I'd felt. And by the evening, I'd mostly convinced myself that it was an old man alone in a quiet house, letting his mind run. I made dinner, cleaned up, sat down in my chair, and picked up the remote. But the feeling, it came immediately this time. No gradual settling in, no slow build. It was just there, full and certain. The moment that I sat down, I couldn't help but be drawn to Margaret's chair. I just stared at it. The cushion, it was indented. Not the way it indents when Margaret sits in it after a long day, not that deep, familiar compression. It was something a bit lighter than that, but not the normal wear and tear. There was a shallow press, like weight distributed gently, like someone perched rather than settled. I stared at it for a long time, and during that time, the indent didn't move. It just stayed. But eventually, it did. Now, I've spent a lot of years not believing in things that I couldn't see or measure or explain. I am an engineer, after all, retired after 38 years. My brain doesn't naturally reach for the unexplainable. But I sat in my chair across from whatever was sitting in hers, and I understood with a certainty that I still can't account for. That something was there. It was present. It wasn't threatening or agitated. Just there in the way that Margaret's there when she's reading, and I'm reading, and neither of us needs to say anything. I didn't move for a long time, but eventually I said out loud to the room, to the chair, to whatever was using it. I said goodnight, and then I got up and I went to bed. It wasn't there the fourth night, the indent or the feeling, and it wasn't there any other night. Margaret came home 10 days later, and I helped her with her bags, and we had dinner, and I didn't say a word about it. I still haven't. I don't think I ever will, honestly. I don't know who was sitting in her chair or why those 3 nights and not the others. I don't know what they wanted, or if they wanted anything at all. Maybe they were just passing through and needed somewhere to rest. I told myself that, and it almost feels sufficient. Almost. I worked nights at Eastbrook Elementary for 6 years. It was a good job, quiet. I liked the quiet. You get the building to yourself, you do your work, you go home. 6 years and nothing ever bothered me. Not the dark hallways or the empty cafeteria, not any of it. I'm not really the kind of person to get spooked. But February 14th, a Tuesday, I remember the date because the teachers had decorated everything for Valentine's Day. Little paper hearts on every door, red and pink streamers, glitter. A nightmare for any janitor. Room 7 had a big cardboard mailbox that the kids had made, sitting on the front table. I did the hallways first, like always. Mopped from the east end to the west end. Bathrooms next. Then I start on the classrooms. I go in order. Room 1 through 12. Room 7 is the 3rd grade classroom. Miss Callahan's room. Good teacher. The kids really like her. It's not relevant, I guess, but I don't know. It's just what I remember. I unlocked the door around 1 a.m., flipped on the light. The lights in that building take a second to come up all the way. Fluorescents, you know how they are. So there's that moment where the room is half lit, and that's when I see a little girl sitting at one of the desks in the 3rd row. Just sitting there, with her hands folded on the desk. She was maybe 8 years old, dark hair. She was wearing a dress that was wrong for February, something light and summery. And she was looking at the cardboard mailbox on the front table. I said, "Hey." I think I said, "Hey." I may have just made a sound, but she turned and looked at me. I've thought about that look every day since. And it's not because it was scary or threatening, but it was completely empty. Not the way a startled kid looks at a stranger. The way something looks at you when it has no reason to react to you being there. Then the lights finished coming up all the way, and she was gone. Not gone like she ran or moved, she was just, well, she disappeared. The desk was empty. The room was exactly how it should be at that time. Paper hearts were on the door, cardboard mailbox on the table. But that's it. I stood in the doorway for probably 2 minutes, but I didn't go in. I pulled the door shut, and I just finished my shift. Mopped the remaining classrooms, cleaned the last bathroom, clocked out, like always. I drove home and made coffee. I sat at my kitchen table until the sun came up. I called my supervisor at 8 a.m., and I told him I was done. He asked if everything was okay, and I said yes. He asked if I wanted to talk about it. I said no. He asked if I was sure, and I said I was sure. I've never been back to that building. I don't really talk about this much, honestly. I'm not looking for explanations. I'm really not interested in whether other people believe me or whether there's some logical reason that a little girl was sitting in the dark at 1 a.m. And of course, the part about her disappearing. Well, I know what I saw. I just don't really know why I was able to see it. And I know that I'm not going back. That's really all there is to it. My daughter collects instruments, and not in a casual way. In the way that becomes a personality trait and eventually a square footage problem. We have a mandolin that hasn't been played since 2019, a hammered dulcimer that requires its own dedicated wall, 3 ukuleles in graduated sizes for reasons I've yet to understand, and a violin that came out of someone's attic and sounds exactly like you'd expect. I support this hobby because it makes her happy and because I've learned to pick my battles, which is a skill that extends in our house well beyond the usual parenting territory. So when she came home one afternoon with a second-hand trumpet that she'd found at an estate sale, I did what I always do. I found a place for it. I asked if she'd tried playing it yet. She said not really. Something felt weird about the valves. She'd mess with it later. I looked at the trumpet. The trumpet, in its case, on the kitchen table, looked back. There was something immediately strange about that trumpet, but I told myself I was being dramatic. But I was not being dramatic. I should explain something about how our household works, because it's relevant context. I've been kicking things out of houses since I was in my 20s. Unwanted presences, uninvited guests, whatever language you prefer for the category of thing that takes up residence in a space without being asked. I didn't really choose this skill set. It chose me, as they say. It's the way these things tend to go, and I've made my peace with it the way that you make peace with any reoccurring inconvenience. You develop a process, you get efficient, and you stop being surprised. The process, for anyone unfamiliar, is less dramatic than I'm making it sound. There's no Latin, no theatrical gesturing, no equipment beyond whatever I have on hand. It's closer to a firm conversation than a ritual, a clear communication of boundaries, a withdrawal of whatever welcome the thing has decided it has, a consistent and unmistakable message that this space is not available, and whatever door it found is now closed. Most things go without too much trouble. You get the occasional stubborn one that needs more than one conversation, the spiritual equivalent of a tenant who makes you send 3 notices before they vacate. I've handled enough of them that the stubborn ones don't rattle me much anymore. I say all this so that when I tell you the trumpet was a different category of problems entirely, you understand what I'm comparing them to. They started showing up within a week of the trumpet arriving. I noticed them the way you notice a draft, not the thing itself initially, but the evidence of it. a cold patch in the upstairs hallway that moved, the particular quality of a room that has recently been occupied, arriving in spaces that should have been empty, the feeling of being watched with a focused attention that had nothing to do with my daughter or the dog. Then I started seeing them directly, which is when I understood what we were dealing with. Small. That's the first thing. They were small, knee-height at most, the size of a large cat, but shaped like nothing in the natural world. Shadow is the closest word, but it's not quite accurate, because shadows are flat, and these had depth. A three-dimensionality that made them wrong in a way that flat darkness isn't. They moved along the baseboards mostly, quick and slow, disappearing around corners. I'd catch one in my peripheral vision and turn to an empty hallway. I'd come downstairs at night for water and feel one skirt around my feet in the kitchen in the dark. The house, within 2 weeks of the trumpet's arrival, had at least 4 of them, ones that I could identify, possibly more. They were not aggressive, I want to be clear about that, because some people read small shadow things and assume the worst, but they weren't threatening. They were, if anything, almost domestic in the way that they moved through the space, like something that had been living alongside people for so long that it adopted the rhythms of the household without understanding what a household was for. What they were was wrong, persistently unignorable, exhaustingly wrong, in the way that a gas leak is wrong. It's not violent, just a constant low-level contamination of a space that should have been clean. I started the evictions immediately. The process with these particular ones was more work than I was used to. Most things, when you make it sufficiently clear that they're unwelcome, recalibrate. There's a logic to it. They came in through an opening. You close the opening. They have no reason to stay. These didn't recalibrate. I'd run one out and find evidence of 2 others the following morning. I'd clear the upstairs and come up the next night to find the cold patch back in the hallway, patient, immovable, like it had never left. What I eventually understood about 3 weeks in was that the trumpet was the opening, not a door that they had come through once that I could close behind them. An active one, ongoing. Something about the object that was continuously broadcasting whatever frequency these things navigated by. Every time I cleared the house, I was addressing the symptom rather than the cause, and the cause was sitting in its case in my daughter's room, doing nothing, being a black hole in the middle of our home. I hadn't told my daughter any of this. She knew I did this work, had grown up watching me do it, had long since absorbed it into her understanding of how our household operated. But she was under the impression that the current situation was routine maintenance rather than a campaign. I didn't want her to feel responsible. She hadn't known what she was bringing home, which is a general life principle I recommend people sit with before they buy vintage anything. She found out on a Thursday afternoon, in the way things tend to get revealed when you're trying to keep them quiet, all at once, unavoidably, and with no opportunity for a managed conversation first. She came in through the back door while I was mid-eviction in the kitchen, working on one that had taken up residence under the radiator, and was being characteristically uncooperative about leaving. She stopped in the doorway. I was aware of her, but I didn't break focus. So I finished what I was doing, which involved approximately 90 seconds of her standing there watching something that she hadn't been briefed on. When I turned around, she was looking at a point near the back door with an expression I recognized, as one that she uses when she's processing something that doesn't fit her existing categories. She asked me what that was. I asked her what she'd seen. She said it was like the air was bent. Not a shape exactly. Nothing with edges or form. Just a distortion moving through the doorway. The visual equivalent of a heat haze, but smaller and lower, and gone in under a second. Like light warping through old glass, she said. Except moving with direction. Moving like it knew where it was going. I told her that was one of the things that had been living in the house since the trumpet arrived. The silence that followed had many layers to it. She asked, how many? I told her at least 4 that I'd identified. She asked how long it had been going on, and I told her for 3 weeks. She looked at the back door where the bent air had exited, and then she looked at me. Then she went upstairs without saying anything else, which is her processing method, which she gets from me. The match smell started the following week. I came upstairs one morning, and it hit me at the top of the stairs. Sulfur. Sharp and recent. The unmistakable smell of a struck match in a space where no matches had been struck. It was the strongest near her room, where the trumpet was. I stood in the hallway, breathed it in, and I felt, for the first time since this had started, something I'd been successfully keeping at arm's length. Not fear, exactly. More like the recognition of a boundary being tested in a new way. The things under the radiator and along the baseboards were one category of problem. Whatever was using a smell like that as a calling card was communicating something different. A presence with more deliberateness behind it. Something that had been patient and was becoming less so. That afternoon, I also heard the noise for the first time. From downstairs with nobody up there. A rhythmic clanking that I can only describe as mechanical and wrong in equal measure. The sound of something with moving parts that had no business moving. It came and went in short bursts. If you've seen Ghostbusters 2, the scene with the toaster, you have an extremely accurate reference point, and I say that without irony. I went upstairs and I stood in the doorway of my daughter's room. I looked at the trumpet in its open case and told it clearly, directly, that we were done. I carried it to the car the next morning. I've moved a lot of things out of a lot of houses, and I've never felt anything like what I felt carrying that case down the front path. It wasn't heavy in the way that a scale would have confirmed. A trumpet is a trumpet. The case was standard. But my arms registered something the physics didn't account for. A resistance that felt less like weight and more like an object expressing a preference about where it was going. The air in the car on the drive over was the kind of thick that makes you check whether something is wrong with the ventilation. I drove with the windows down. It didn't help. I knew where I was taking it. A paranormal shop across town, run by a woman that I trusted. It was a place that understood what it was acquiring when it took something in. She put it on display in the front window. Her husband heard music from the upstairs that night. Clear, identifiable music from a space nobody uses, where nothing capable of producing music was located. She texted me about it the next day. I said I wasn't surprised and asked how he was doing. He was fine, shaken, but fine. The house was clear within 48 hours of the trumpet leaving it. I did one final pass, more thoroughness than necessary, and I found nothing. The cold patch in the hallway was gone, for good. The baseboards were just baseboards. The upstairs smelled like the upstairs and nothing else. My daughter came home that evening and stood in the kitchen for a moment without saying anything. Then she said that it felt different. I said yes. She nodded and went to practice the mandolin, which she hadn't touched in weeks, and the sound of it came down through the ceiling, the way that music sounds when it's just music. I obviously don't know whose trumpet it was. I know they're dead because everything attached to that case had the quality of something that had been accumulating for a long time without anywhere to go. I know that they were not, based on available evidence, a particularly pleasant person in life either. The trumpet didn't work, wouldn't work. Structurally, it had no reason not to work, and yet it produced nothing, which in my experience is less a mechanical failure than a statement of intent. Some things just refuse. My daughter has a rule now. New acquisitions sit in the garage for about a week before they come inside. She came to this policy herself, which I appreciated. I didn't have to say anything. She's a fast learner. Gets it from me. This is my Aunt Tori's story. I recorded it years ago because I wanted to transcribe it exactly as she told it. So I'm sharing that transcription with you. So this is Tori's story, as told by Tori. I was 19 and living in northern Florida. My grades weren't good enough to get into college, but I wasn't planning on doing that anyway. You know, I could have probably taught an automotive class at the community college myself, but instead I ended up getting hired at a local shop in town called Hootie's. I was their youngest full-time employee and first female to be hired there. Boy, howdy, their mouths dropped when I aced the exams to get my ACE certification. So my first day, I walked in thinking that I was some sort of hotshot. But everyone working there had my certifications and more, years of experience, so it didn't matter how good I thought I was at cars. When I clocked in at Hootie's, I was automatically at the bottom of the rungs. For better or for worse, my biology didn't separate me from the other employees. There was a holistic lack of empathy amongst the staff there. It was all in fun, though. We were a small shop, only had 4 mechanics on staff. Judy was 5, but she ran the front desk. She knew nothing about cars, but was the most civilized of us to be trusted in dealing with the public. Judy was also married to the owner, which you'd probably be surprised to find out that Hootie was neither his first or last name. I know I was when I found out. His name was Chuck, and he went through a carton of cigarettes every other day. He'd always send me down to the corner store to get him another box of Marbs. It was a typical hot day, and I was making my trek to the store. This is where I saw the car for the first time. A 70s Oldsmobile Cutlass. It was quite a beauty. Not yet a classic back then, but it wasn't just the model of the car that caught my eye. Hootie's often had specialty cars come through needing work. I've seen them all. This Cutlass, however, was painted with an electric purple that I'd never seen before. And the way the sun shone on it gave off this iridescent tint. So when I got up by it and walked past, I saw a woman sitting in the passenger seat and a really creepy kid in the back of the car staring at me through the little passenger side window. She reminded me of that girl in Night of the Living Dead, the sick one that shelters in the basement with her parents. I gave her a dirty look back. The mom in the front paid me no mind. She didn't turn her head in the slightest. The owner of the vehicle comes out of the store and almost knocks me over with the door. He also didn't seem to notice me. Guy rushed straight out and back into the car. Backs out relatively quick, zips out of the parking lot. I got the Marbs and a soda pop for myself, and I walked back to Hootie's when, lo and behold, I see that electric purple car parked in our garage. Same guy that was at the store is now talking to Judy. When he leaves, I get the rundown of what needs to be fixed on the car. I notice that the man and his family aren't in the waiting room, and I ask when they were going to be back. She mentions that he'll be back in tomorrow to pick it up. Then Judy clarified with me, almost like she was making sure we were talking about the same client because the purple car wasn't dropped off by a family. There was only one man accountable for the vehicle, and it should be returned only to him. The list she handed me of areas of interest on the car weren't the typical engine clunking or brakes. The issues looked to be all over the place, but more isolated to electrical problems. Radio would turn on and off randomly, skip stations, change volume. Windshield wipers acted on their own as well. One thing that I had to double check on was that the windows would roll up and down on their own, but they were the hand crank kind. No electricity went to power the windows, so I knew that was going to be an issue I'd save for last. When I got in there, I opened up the dash of the Cutlass. Wires spilled out in faded loops of red, yellow, and black. Dust coated everything. Years of it. The kind that settles into a car and never really leaves. I clipped the ground lead of his multimeter to a bare section of metal under the dash. With the flashlight tightly tucked in between my cheek and shoulder, I couldn't immediately decipher the issue. Isolating the circuits one at a time, I traced the circuit to see where we were losing continuity, but they were all in working shape. I thought it could have been a grounding issue. Old GM wiring systems weren't exactly overbuilt, and these older bodies relied on clean chassis grounds, alternator regulating properly. But something was drawing power where it shouldn't have been. I'd test the voltage and it would be steady. Then it would just drop like it was being pulled. I flipped the ignition key and the engine didn't turn. Wasn't supposed to. But the dash gave a weak glow. 12 volts. Everything read normal. That night, I was the last one at the shop and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to take this car for a spin and see if I experience any of the same issues Judy wrote down. So I surgically close everything back up and turn the key again. Engine rumbles to life, and I reverse out of the garage into the main street. It was after midnight and the streets were quiet. The Cutlass was a smooth ride, but it wasn't further than a block until I looked in the rearview mirror and couldn't see the road behind me. Like something was obstructing the glass. So I physically turned around to move whatever it was, but the back seat was completely empty. The car was clean, and the rear window showed a crystal clear view of the dark street behind me. I rechecked the rearview mirror again, and it's back to normal. It was an unfamiliar car, and although I didn't know why I couldn't see out the window on my first glance, I was able to ignore the notion of it being something more. Then, it was like the Cutlass decided to show me why it was in my possession that night. The dashboard lights lit up, brighter than the bulbs were capable of. The light became a blinding white, and I could hear the fuses sizzling as they pushed the voltage through. Thankfully, nobody was on the road that night, because I had to stop right there in the middle of the street when the dash started to do a strobe light thing. I threw it in park and got out, rubbing my eyes. All I could see for a couple of minutes was a bright jelly bean-shaped spot in my field of vision. Then, of course, one thing right after another. The radio turns on blasting news talk radio. Then the dial starts scanning up and down the frequencies until it stops on some religious station, and a big, booming voice was in the middle of reading Bible passages. Behind his voice, there was some sort of screaming or distorted groans playing under him. What it sounded like was a recording of the noises, and the tape was being slowed down and sped up in random intervals. But the preacher's voice was unaffected. It was the weirdest thing. Such an unsettling noise playing at max volume. I finally got my wits about me and sat back in the driver's seat to pull the keys out and kill the ignition. The car goes silent, and the interior returns to black. With the headlights still illuminating the road, I remember sitting there, laughing to myself because I was looking at this incident with my mechanic brain. I'm thinking that I needed to get the car back into the shop and run all of the diagnostics again, because there was obviously something very wrong with it. Then the radio turned on again and started cycling through the stations again, before I'd put the keys back into the ignition. This time, it didn't land on a station, and with my own 2 eyes, I watched the knob of the dial twisting left and right, like a passenger was manually directing the arrows through the stations. I felt the tiny hairs rise on my arms, and that's when my rationality broke like spaghetti noodles, and the fight-or-flight mode took over. I wanted to dive out of the car right then and there, but I knew I couldn't do that. Hootie's was probably 2, maybe 3 miles away from where I was. It wasn't far away at all. I'll admit that getting there wasn't what I was grappling with. It was this overwhelming feeling that I wasn't alone in the car. I was convinced that something I couldn't see was hiding in the dark of the back seats, waiting to grab me. It felt like that the whole way back to the shop. I was terrified to look in the rearview mirror, in fear that I'd see someone looking back at me. I kept looking over my shoulder every couple of seconds, making sure nothing was there. When I got back to Hootie's, I pulled the Cutlass into the garage, locked everything up before going home. The next day, I told Chuck everything that happened, basically dropping that cluster squarely into his lap. I was out of my league with this one. I stood next to him, and we went over everything that I did the night before. I just kept saying, "Yep, tried that. Yep, that looked fine too." If anything, it was validating to show Chuck not only that I was competent, but he also couldn't diagnose anything. We brought Judy out, and she told us what the guy had told her, which was that he'd purchased the car from a police auction, didn't know the history of it. He'd show up later that day to pick it up, and Chuck and I lied to him, I think, telling him that we replaced some fuses, charged the guy a small amount so that it looked like we legitimately did something, which we did. We did way more than we actually charged him for, but there was nothing to fix. And so, well, sometime later, another car comes in with electrical issues. I say, "I hope this isn't another thing like the Cutlass was." And Chuck says that didn't need a mechanic. The Cutlass needed a priest. And that's where I found out that you can get cars for a great deal at police auctions, but most of those cars being sold had previously been seized in crimes. Daggum all crimes, I guess. As long as the car is cleaned and still runs, it can be auctioned off to any unsuspecting buyer. And I don't know how morally ethical that is. Sure, it's a steal, but who knows what sorts of horrors that car has been a part of before you owned it. Most of those cars are guaranteed to be haunted if they haven't been taken from a traffic violation or something. I just highly recommend that you buy for yourself and not through a police auction. I found it at the back of a drawer. This was in the second week of living in my new apartment, a sublet that I'd quickly and without much scrutiny taken because I needed somewhere to be, and the price was perfect. The previous tenant had left in a hurry, leaving an opening for myself. Most of the drawers in the place were empty. The landlord told me the last occupant had left a few things behind, a few coat hangers, some takeaway menus, a single earring. That was truly about it. The drawer in the bedside table was stiff. It took a firm pull to get it open. The wood was swollen from humidity or age, or simply years of being closed. Inside, a small carriage clock, the old-fashioned kind, no larger than my fist. Brass casing gone slightly green at the corners, a white face with Roman numerals. The hands stopped at 117. I set it on the bedside table without thinking much about it. It was a nice-looking thing, solid. I told myself that I'd wind it and see if it still ran. Then probably pass it along to whoever the previous tenant had left a forwarding address with, though something told me they hadn't. I forgot about it for the rest of the evening, and then I woke up at 1:17 a.m. I know the time because I checked my phone immediately. That instinct you have when something pulls you out of sleep and you need to locate yourself in the night. The room was dark. The apartment was quiet. All ambient noise of the building had settled, and I lay there for a moment trying to identify what had woken me. The clock was ticking. I hadn't wound it. I was certain of that. I'd set it down and walked away and not touched it again. But it was ticking, steady and deliberate. The sound of it was small in a quiet room, but absolutely present. I reached over and picked it up. In the dark, I couldn't see the face clearly, but I could feel the vibration of the mechanism through the casing, running under my fingers like a pulse. I put it in the drawer, closed it, and laid back down. It ticked through the drawer for approximately 30 seconds, and then it stopped. In the morning, it was stopped again, the hands at 1:17, like it had never moved. The casing was cold, no sound when I held it to my ear. I turned it over, looking for the winding mechanism, some explanation for how it started and stopped on its own. The mechanism on the back was seized, corroded in place. A corrosion that had clearly taken years to develop. There was no reasonable way that it was running on its own. There was no reasonable way for it to do any of the things I'd heard it do. I put it back in the drawer and went to work and spent a productive amount of the day not thinking about it. It happened 4 more times over the following 2 weeks. Always the same. I'd wake up at 1:17, the clock ticking in the dark, and it would stop within a minute of not touching it. I tried leaving the drawer open to see if it made a difference. It didn't. I tried moving the clock to the kitchen, setting it on the counter where I could see it, and I woke up at 1:17 to silence, then lay there, listening until I heard it start, faint but unmistakable. And it was coming from the other room. I tried not handling it at all one night, woke up at the usual time, heard it ticking from the bedside drawer where I'd put it back, and simply lay there with my eyes open, and I waited. It ran for longer that time, several minutes, before it stopped. The silence after felt different from the ordinary silence. It was fuller somehow, like something had been leaning close and straightened up and backed away. I felt weird getting rid of things now, telling the landlord that I'd held on to something for so long just to give it back. But I decided to research the previous tenant, just a little bit. The landlord was vague in ways that felt practiced, and I didn't get much, but I found enough. A name, and attached to the name, an obituary. And in the obituary, a date. The date of death was less than a month before I moved in, and the time listed in the memorial post that a family member had written with the specific grief-driven precision of someone who needed to record it exactly as it was, which was 1:17 a.m. I decided to get rid of it the same night that I found that. I didn't throw it away. That felt insufficient. Instead, I put it in a bag, wrapped in a cloth, and the next morning I drove it to a charity shop on the other side of the city, a place with no connection to the apartment or the building, the name and the obituary. I handed it across the counter to a volunteer who said that it was lovely, and set it on the shelf behind her without looking at it twice. I walked out and drove home, told myself that that was the end of it. That night, I slept through. No waking at 1:17, no ticking, nothing. The bedside drawer sat empty and silent. I lay in the dark for a while before sleep came, listening to the building settle. I felt this weird, specific relief of someone who had put something down that they'd been carrying without realizing it. 3 days later, I noticed that the drawer was open. Not much, an inch, maybe two. The way it goes when it hasn't been fully closed. I pushed it shut, and I didn't think about it until the next morning, when it was open again. The same amount, the same way. I pulled it all the way out this time. Empty. Of course it's empty. I'd taken the clock across the city, handed it to a stranger, driven home, and not gone back. I stood there holding the open drawer, looking at the space where it had been. The wood at the back of the drawer was marked. A clean ring in the finish, the size of the clock space. It was pale against the darker wood around it, the impression left by something that had sat in one place long enough to leave its outline behind. I moved out several weeks later, not because the clock. I told myself it wasn't that. The sublet was always temporary. I'd always planned to find somewhere permanent. I've told myself that often enough that most days I actually believe it. What I haven't told myself, because there's no comfortable version of it, is why I checked the bedside drawer of my new place the night that I arrived. Why I stood there in the dark, with my hand on the empty wood, waiting. For what? I couldn't say. I closed it and I went to bed, and I didn't wake at 1:17. Not that time, and not ever again, really. I remember we found the tape at a garage sale the summer before 9th grade. My best friend Danny and me sweating through our shirts in someone's driveway off Route 9. A folding table full of VHS tapes, 3 for $1. Danny grabbed Jeepers Creepers because he'd missed it in theaters, and his mom wouldn't let him rent it. The woman running the sale didn't charge us for it, just waved her hand and looked away. We didn't think anything of it at the time. Danny's VCR ate it first, not metaphorically. The machine made a sound like a wet gear stripping, and when Danny tried to eject the tape, it came out with the ribbon pulled loose and tangled around the heads. His dad was furious. The machine was broken. Danny rewound the ribbon with a pencil, the way we'd all learned how to, and the tape seemed fine. Played the first 20 minutes perfectly in a different machine the next time we tried it, and then static was humming at the edges of the picture in a way that felt less like a bad signal and more like something was breathing. Then his VCR died again, a different one. Same sound as the last, same tangled ribbon. Eventually we moved the tape to my house and didn't talk about the coincidence. My VCR lasted for 4 days. It went during the scene where the creeper drops from the pipe. The screen flickered once, went to white, and then the machine let out a low mechanical groan that I still hear sometimes when a room gets too quiet. My mom thought that we'd been rough with it. I didn't correct her. Here's the thing I didn't tell Danny until years later. The night my VCR died, I dreamed about the garage sale woman. She was standing in her driveway in the dark, and she was watching our house. Not doing anything, just watching. When I woke up and went downstairs, I checked that the front door was locked, which I'd never done before in my life. I remember waking up just feeling strange. Danny borrowed a VCR from his cousin Marcus to try the tape one last time. Marcus's machine lasted all about 6 minutes before it started smoking from the back. Marcus screamed at us to get out of his room. We ran. This was all starting to get a little weird. After that, the tape lived in Danny's closet in a plastic grocery bag, unwatched and untouched. We told ourselves that we'd try again when we found a cheap VCR at Goodwill. We never did. Some avoidances, if you practice them long enough, become permanent. Danny moved after junior year. His family took almost everything. But when I went to help pack, I noticed the grocery bag wasn't in the box with the rest of his tapes. I asked him about it. He said he'd left it, on purpose. I asked if he'd thrown it away. He looked at me for a second and then looked away, which was answer enough. You don't throw away something like that. You just stop being the person responsible for it. And you hope whoever comes next doesn't have the same thing happen. I looked up the movie years later, 2001. Victor Salva directed it. It's a fine film by most accounts. I've never watched it through to the end, though. Probably never will. I still think about the garage sale woman sometimes. The way that she didn't even look at the tape, didn't charge us for it, wouldn't even take our $1. Some things get passed along for a reason, I guess. It all started during a journey to Ireland, where I planned on staying for a couple of months and exploring some of the amazing legends of this wild land. It was late October, and the winds around the Atlantic coast were announcing their strength in a manner that was hard to ignore. I'd driven far into the countryside before I realized how low the sun was getting in the western sky. That time of year, the day's light becomes a frugal offering. The winds were showing no hope of easing, and there was no sign of a hotel or any guest lodging that I could find as I inched along the winding one-lane roads. In that time, the mid-1990s in Ireland, it was completely acceptable to ask for lodging at almost any of the larger homes that dotted the hills. The dying light washed over a lone Georgian manor house standing alone, almost directly in front of me. As I drove the long road up to the house, I noticed the only lights that I could see were in the small cottage behind the looming habitat on the hill. A small column of smoke was dancing its way into the evening sky, making the scene appear warm and welcoming. I could see someone coming towards the small house, riding an old tractor. Being raised on a cattle ranch in West Texas, such scenes always put me at ease. I pulled up to the house. I walked over to the cottage around the back. I removed my old cowboy hat and humbly knocked on the door. It was the first time I'd tried this custom, and I was hoping that I had the information correct. The small, sturdy-looking woman, wearing a well-loved apron, answered the door, wiping her hands dry from what appeared to be a very hearty dinner that she'd been preparing. "Ma'am, I was wondering if y'all had any room that I could take for the night. I'll be happy to pay you for my stay, but I don't know these roads," and just then, the man from the tractor walked up and started removing his boots. The woman turned to him and explained, "This one wants to know if we could put her up for the night." He glanced at me in my rental car, visible beyond my shoulder. "You can stay in the main place. We haven't got it ready yet, but you can have the run of the place if you'd like it." "Absolutely. What will I owe y'all for tonight's rent?" The two looked at each other in a moment of confusion. "About £12, the man offered cautiously. Even in 1996, that was quite a bargain. I reached into my pocket and counted out the coins, and I was given the keys to the entire house. The woman offered to stop in and make sure the peat was ready for the fireplaces and that I had tea or something light to eat. She said she'd stop by in the morning and bring me something to start my day's journey. As I gathered my backpack out of the car, I took some photographs of the house. A gnarled and unusual tree caught my attention in the dying sunset. It appeared to be guarding an old cemetery near the house. A family cemetery, I thought to myself. I grew up in places that had family cemeteries on their land, so this didn't seem unusual to me. I'm not someone who believes in ghosts and such folklore anyway. They are nothing more than good tales to be told on a cold winter's night. Or so I believed. Entering the house, I was hit by the realization that the inside of the house was actually colder than outside. The woman was bringing in a couple of buckets of peat and wood for the fireplaces and assured me that it would warm up very quickly. As she left to bring a kettle and food, I went upstairs to find my room. I was surprised at the number of choices of rooms that awaited me. Something seems to draw me to the large room at the top of the stairs. From the looks of it, one would be about the same as the others. The sparsity of the furnishing made the room look quite stark. The entire area was decorated solely with 2 small twin beds nearest the door, and a mirror and a dresser at the end of the room. No pictures on the wall, no books. Just a very stripped room. But for that price, it was still a bargain. I heard my hostess shuffling in the kitchen downstairs, and I went down to join her and see if there were any last-minute instructions I needed to know. I also wanted to thank her again for taking me in on such a harsh night. Only you will have the keys because there's only this one set that we have. Please take care. I don't plan on going anywhere. In fact, we might consider working out whether you'd let me stay for a few days. I'd enjoy exploring this area so much more thoroughly than I have so far. I implored my best Southern manners. Sometimes a Southern drawl can open doors that might otherwise stay closed. The woman looked almost guilty for a moment and then replied, "Certainly, but let's talk tomorrow. I've got a world to do at home." I walked her to the front door and locked it as she left. I laughed at myself for a moment. I must have been living in cities too much if I think about locking a door this far away from anything. Nonetheless, it stayed locked, and I placed the keys on the kitchen table next to a warm tea and sandwiches that had been graciously offered. The warmth of the food and the glow of the fireplace was easing me into a delicious state of relaxation and ease. It was definitely getting late, and I could see the stars coming out like I hadn't seen since I was a kid. They looked like diamonds scattered across black velvet. The windows were exceptionally cold, and they had old wooden shutters to bolster against the raging autumn weather. As I reached to close the first window's shutter, I noticed that the house I saw was actually a facade, that the true house was several inches back from the pebble wall. This was frequently done about a century ago, when Ireland was recovering from the Great Famine. Some folks managed to gather enough together to make some improvements to the family homes, and facades became fashionable. This must be one such home. I noticed that the last glimmer of the sun was poised exactly in between the 2 western-facing wooden shutters. The shutters closed exactly in line with the true west of that time of year. I walked to the other side of the room and realized that the windows were exactly in opposite of one another. One was due west, one was due east. I looked forward to seeing the sunrise. In a few minutes, that thought would mean far more than it ever had. I put on my headphones. I found an old magazine to read that had been stuffed under one of the small mattresses. The light from my camp light was starting to flicker, and I wasn't sure how much more light I could get. While reading, I was trying to figure out why so many people were separated in Ireland, and yet were out and proud about wanting to date. I had no idea that divorce was illegal in Ireland at the time. Chuckling to myself and preparing to settle in for a good long night, I was brought to full attention by something that sounded like boots walking swiftly on the stairs. I went to the window. I could see that my car remained the only thing out there. From that angle, I could also see the front door was still closed. The boots persisted. It was as if they would reach the top step and start over again from the bottom. It didn't sound like they were going up and then down. It was just some kind of weird Doppler effect that made no sense. As a pharmacist with a PhD in pharmacology, I like to know the practical reasons for anything and everything. I was more annoyed and curious than I was worried. As I reached for the doorknob, it was as if the door actually exploded. The noise seemed to assault my soul. It was loud, it was furious. I jumped back about a full meter, flat-footed, and was beginning to rethink every life choice I'd ever made. The boots suddenly started moving at an impossible speed, and they were stomping with each step. I could feel them through the floor. I could taste my heartbeat. My camp light went dark, and I searched to find the only light in the room, and as I did, I noticed something was moving in the mirror at the end of the room. There was nothing in front of the mirror, so I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As I started to approach it, the thing in the mirror started moving faster and faster. I sat back on the edge of the bed, and I tried to drown out all the chaos that seemed to have flooded this house, hoping that my batteries would keep my tape player going. As I was reaching for anything that I could recall in any science class that could explain what I was experiencing, I had the distinct sensation that something was pushing down ever so slightly on the mattress I was sitting on. I also noticed that when I turned my head toward that area, I could see my breath. I couldn't see it when I was facing forward, but when I turned to look at the now slight impression on the bed, I could see my breath, like I had just polished off a carton of Camels. The boots on those stairs were not slowing, and neither was the dark image in the mirror. I didn't dare try to sleep, and I knew that I couldn't get to my car without going through the boots, and touching that door was definitely not going to be allowed. All I could do was sit up and read that sad, tattered magazine and move as little as possible. This continued until about 6:30 in the morning. I was exhausted beyond belief. But just as the sun's first rays of the day split across the eastern-facing shutters, the house quieted and calmed as peacefully as could ever have been imagined. I immediately grabbed my backpack and gathered every bit of remaining strength to try to open that door again. It opened with ease. No boots, no damage. I raced down the stairs and out the door. I left the money and the keys on the table. There was no need to explain. I was quite certain the owners knew what happened. After all, why else would they choose to live in a tiny servant's cottage? As I turned on the radio, I was informed that the day was dawning on Samhain, the Irish festival of magic and ancestors. You might have heard it called Halloween. A few weeks after I'd returned to the States, I'd taken my hundreds of photographs in for processing. My goddaughter wanted to stop by and sort through them with me, and we planned a lovely evening of popcorn, slightly altered consciousness, and regaling of adventures. As we sorted through the pictures, she came across one that I'd taken of the Irish house before I entered that night. "What's this?" she asked with curiosity. "Oh, that's just a weird house I stayed in one night. I don't know that much about it." "Who is that in the window? Did they do some kind of theater there? You know, like a murder mystery thing." I took the photo from her and looked carefully at the 3 faces in the top floor window, in the exact same room I chose to stay in. With great solemnity, I replied, "I'm sure it's just pareidolia. It's just our eyes playing a trick, nothing more." The following day, I took the photo and its negative back to the film processing business that I'd used for many years. I was a very good customer. We did a lot of business together thanks to my amateur photography interests. I asked the owner to show me how the image could be made by light and shadows. I didn't care what he had to do to find the answer or what it would cost. I had to know that logic and physics would prevail. A few days passed when the owner of the photo lab called. "Jesse, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't believe in much of anything that can't be proven. You and I have always had that in common. I don't know what that is in that negative, but it has eyes, and I also lost two of my best techs when they saw that. I'm going to have to ask you to find some other place to process any future film. I'm going to hate to lose you, but there's no way I can afford any more such business. I've mailed it to you. You should have it tomorrow. The click of the phone as he ended the call felt like a slap across my face. Was that place in Ireland cursed? The next day, the package arrived. As I opened it, I could clearly see the face of an old, white-haired woman with a black dress, wearing a white cameo brooch on her high collar in the first pane of the window. Next to her was a younger man with a handlebar mustache and starched white collar. On the pane below was a small, young girl with her hair disheveled, her head hanging down as if she was crying. I sent the picture off to a television show that covered such phenomenon. It was called Sightings. They had responded and said that they were interested in pursuing the story. Then the show was suddenly canceled. The camera film shop burned in an unexplained fire. My copies of the negative and the photo were lost when a flood blasted through my home in the middle of the night. That part of town had never flooded. I lost everything. If you ever find yourself driving the backcountry roads of Ireland near the wild Atlantic coast, aim for a hotel in a large city. This happened roughly 10 years ago, and I still think about it more than I talk about it. It was the last time that we as a family ever went camping. At that point, we were doing those kinds of family trips pretty regularly. Nothing extreme, just state parks, marked trails, places where you still felt like you were in nature without being completely off the grid. My husband loved it, and our son was just old enough to enjoy it too. He was 4 at the time. Still at that age where everything is exciting, but he needed us close. I wasn't the outdoorsy type, but I liked the idea of it. Campfires, quiet nights, no screens. It felt like something that we should be doing as a family. That night had been completely normal. We'd eaten, cleaned up, sat by the fire for a while. Our son, he fell asleep pretty quickly once we got into the tent, curled up between us like he always did. I remember lying there listening to the usual sounds, wind in the trees, bugs, the occasional crack of something shifting deeper in the woods. It was peaceful, and I drifted. I don't remember exactly what time it was when I woke up, but it was dark in the way where you can't even tell how late it is. Everything felt still, too still, maybe. And then I heard, "Mom?" It was my son's voice. Not loud or panicked, just normal. Like he was standing a short distance away and he didn't want to wake anyone. At first, I didn't even open my eyes. I just instinctively reached out beside me. He was there, warm, breathing, exactly where he should have been. I remember feeling that small, immediate relief, like, okay, I must have dreamed it. And then I heard it again. "Mom, here." This time I opened my eyes. I could see the faint outline of the tent, the shape of my husband on the other side, my son between us. Everything exactly as it should be. Except the voice hadn't come from inside the tent. It came from outside, from the trees. I didn't move right away. I just laid there, listening, with my eyes open, trying to make sense of it. My brain was definitely trying to explain it away. Another kid at a nearby campsite, maybe. Sound carries weird at night in the woods. It could sound like him. That's what I told myself. And then something said my name, Not Mom this time. My actual name. Soft, careful, like it didn't want anyone else to hear. Something about that made my stomach drop, even laying down. I remember turning my head slightly, just enough to look down at my son. He hadn't moved, still asleep, completely peaceful. Before I could even fully process what I'd just heard, I had this overwhelming feeling that I needed to go. Not curiosity or concern, just go. It didn't feel like a decision. It felt like the moment right before you realize you've already started doing something. I sat up, slowly, quietly, like I didn't want to wake anyone. I don't even remember thinking about it. I just knew I needed to be quiet. The voice came again. Over here. Further away now. I unzipped the tent. I should have stopped there, and I knew that, but I couldn't. At the time, nothing about it felt urgent or dangerous. It felt calm or familiar, like I was responding to something I recognized. I guess what bothers me is that I really didn't want to go, but I found myself going. I stepped outside barefoot. The ground was cold, damp. I remember noticing that in a very detached way, like it didn't matter. The trees were just silhouettes, barely visible against the sky. It was late. No movement. No one was out there. But I knew where to go. I started walking. Each step felt slow, almost heavy, like I was moving through something thicker than air. I wasn't rushing. I wasn't even really thinking. It's like any thoughts I had were overridden by this autopilot. I just kept following the direction the voice seemed to come from. Mom. Closer again, but then quieter, and then further. Always just enough to keep me moving, and I did. At some point, part of me started to panic. It was like I woke up inside my own body. I realized how far I'd gone from the tent, how dark it actually was, how I couldn't even clearly see where I was stepping anymore. I remember thinking, very clearly, I need to stop. But I didn't. My legs kept moving, not fast or forceful, just steady and slow, like they weren't waiting for my brain to give it permission. I tried to call out to my husband, to anyone, but nothing came out, not even a whisper. I could feel it in my chest, like the effort was there, but it just didn't translate into sound. Fear really hit me. Not really because of the voice, but because I realized that I didn't feel in control of myself or how to get it back. The voice said my name again, right in front of me. I couldn't see anything. No shape or movement, just darkness between the trees, but I knew I was getting closer to something. And the closer I got, the heavier everything felt. My body, my thoughts, the air. It's hard to explain, but it felt like I was being pulled and walking at the same time, like both things were true. I don't know how long that really went on for, possibly a couple minutes. Time didn't feel normal. What I do remember is the exact moment that it stopped. A hand grabbed my shoulder, hard. I turned so fast I almost lost my balance. Suddenly, my husband was there, right in front of me, breathing heavy, eyes wide. "What are you doing?" he said. I couldn't answer right away. I just stared at him, trying to understand how he'd even found me. "Are you okay?" he asked again, quieter this time. I nodded, but it didn't feel convincing even to me. He told me that he woke up because he heard me. I asked him what he meant. He said that I was making this sound. I wasn't talking. I was whimpering. This low, drawn-out whimper over and over again. Apparently loud enough that it woke him up. He said at first he thought that I was still in the tent, but when he reached over, I wasn't there. So he followed the sound, followed me. But I don't remember making those sounds at all, or any noise, not even when I was trying to. We didn't really go back to sleep after that. I didn't even want to be outside long enough to get back into the tent. We packed up what we could in the dark, and we waited in the car until morning. As soon as it was light enough, we left. We didn't talk about it much after that. Not really. There wasn't much to say that made any sense. But I never went camping again. And I can safely say that I've never had a voice mimic another since. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective, an appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, "Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that?" We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted bomber number 2. Do I think he was my bomber? In reality, my bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I lost him when I was around 7, and bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. This would have been sometime in the late 90s, maybe early 2000s. I was in elementary school, still young enough that I went to a neighborhood daycare after school. It was run out of a house just a few streets over from where we lived. It was one of those in-home daycares where a handful of kids would get dropped off. We'd do homework at a kitchen table and then spend the rest of the time playing in the living room or outside in the yard. The woman who ran it, I'll call her Linda, she was kind, patient, the type of person that parents trusted immediately. Her house smelled like coffee and something warm cooking, even if it was just leftovers in the oven. There was one other person who was always there, her dad. I don't remember anyone ever formally introducing him. He was just part of the house. He sat in the same chair every single day in the living room, one of those old recliners that had a worn spot on the arms. He didn't really interact with us much. He wasn't mean or anything like that, just quiet, probably feeble. I believe Linda took care of him, like a nursing home, but for your parent. If anything, I remember him as being kind of serious, though. He'd always sit there watching TV or looking at it, sometimes just staring ahead. Maybe he was thinking. Occasionally he'd glance over at us if we were noisy, but I don't remember him ever smiling. I don't remember him waving or speaking to me directly. He just existed in that chair, like a fixture in the room. And then one day, he wasn't there. That's really all I remember about that part. No announcement, no explanation that stuck with me at the time. I don't remember anyone sitting down with us and saying that he'd passed away. If they did, it didn't register in the way that mattered to me as a kid. I just noticed the chair was empty. And kids are like that, I guess. You accept changes without really questioning them. Someone who was always there just isn't anymore. So you move on. And I did. Days went by, maybe weeks. I honestly couldn't tell you how long. Then one afternoon, I got to the house a little earlier than usual. I don't really remember why, but there weren't as many kids there yet. I walked in, dropped my backpack near the door, and looked into the living room out of habit. And he was sitting there, in his chair, exactly where he had always been. There was nothing distorted about it, nothing shadowy or unclear. He looked solid, real, normal. But actually, there was something that stood out, and he did look different. He was smiling. I had never seen him smile before, not once. It wasn't exaggerated or unnatural, just a calm, relaxed smile, like he was genuinely happy to see me, like my own grandfather. And then he lifted his hand and gave a small wave. I waved back. That part stuck with me more than anything, because he'd never done that before. Not a single time. I wasn't scared. I didn't feel something like that or something wrong. To me in that moment, it was just him, back where he'd always been. But now he was happy. My wave was just a quick, normal wave like a kid would do without thinking. And then I went outside to the backyard where there were a couple of other kids playing. I didn't think anything of it until a few moments later when Linda came out. She looked at me and asked, "Who were you waving at when you came in?" I remember shrugging like it was obvious. "Your dad. I said. "He's inside." The way her expression changed is something I'll never forget. It's like the first time you really make an impact on someone. I didn't expect the look. She didn't scream or get angry or anything. But she froze. Her hand went up to her chest like she was catching her breath, and she looked past me toward the house, then back at me. "What did you say?" she asked. "Your dad," I repeated. "He was sitting in his chair." She didn't say anything for a few seconds, just nodded slightly like she was trying to process what I'd said without making a scene in front of the other kids. After that, she told me to go play and that she'd be right back. I didn't understand why it mattered. The rest of the day went like normal, at least from my perspective. But when my mom picked me up, I could tell something was different. Linda pulled her aside and they talked quietly near the front door. I remember glancing back and seeing my mom look over at me with this confused, almost concerned expression. Later that night, my mom asked me about it. She kept it simple. "Hey, when you were at daycare today, who did you say you saw?" I told her the same thing. Linda's dad, sitting in his chair. He smiled at me and waved. My mom listened without interrupting. When I finished, she paused. She said something that stuck with me in a different way than the sighting itself. "Honey, Linda's dad passed away a little while ago." I remember just looking at her, not really understanding what that meant in the context of what I had seen. She didn't push it. She didn't try to scare me or make it into something bigger. She just said, "I think if you did see him, that was probably a really nice thing for Linda." I asked what she meant. She said, maybe he just wanted to say goodbye. Or maybe he just wanted Linda to know he was okay. "He did seem really happy," I added. Then she added, almost like an afterthought, "That was a kind message you gave her." I didn't really know how to respond to that. To me, I'd just seen someone who was always there, be there again. It didn't feel like a message. It didn't feel like anything important at the time, but it stayed with me. I've spent most of my life feeling like a radio tuned slightly between two stations. There was the world that everyone saw, the beige walls of my office, the taste of lukewarm tea, the sound of traffic, and then there was this other thing. Doctors called it sensory processing sensitivity. My mother called it being high-strung, but I knew, even at 24, that it was something else. It started many years ago. I was standing in a bookstore in Seattle the first time. I was reaching for a poetry collection when my entire world tilted. A sudden, sharp heat flare in my right palm. It wasn't a burn. It was a localized, searing warmth, as if I had just reached out and grasped a hand made of sunlight. At the same moment, the scent hit me. It wasn't perfume, but a memory. It was the smell of sea salt, wood smoke, and a very specific, expensive brand of peppermint gum. My heart didn't just speed up, it changed its cadence entirely. It took on a rhythm, a thump, thump, pause, thump, like it was trying to match a beat coming from a different room, a different person. I looked at my hand. It was flushed bright red. My brain was scrambling for a reason, an allergy, a sudden fever. But my body wasn't scared. My body felt found. "Are you okay?" a clerk asked, noticing me leaning against the shelf. I couldn't answer because my lungs were suddenly full of the smell of a bonfire on a rainy beach. I wasn't in a bookstore anymore. For 5 seconds, I was somewhere else, feeling the weight of a heavy wool coat on my shoulders and the taste of peppermint on my tongue. Then, as quickly as it came, the signal snapped. The heat left my hand. The bookstore returned. That was the day I stopped listening to my doctors. I started listening to my body. I began to track these episodes. I realized that I wasn't having panic attacks. I was having intersections. I'd be sitting in a quiet room and suddenly feel a sharp phantom pain in my left knee, only to find out later that somewhere, someone I was tethered to had just tripped. I'd wake up with the taste of espresso in my mouth at 3 a.m. My heart would be racing with a stranger's excitement. I began to theorize about twin flames, not the star-crossed lovers version from Instagram, but the biological reality of it. If energy cannot be created or destroyed, then surely the energy that makes up me has a counterpart, a twin system, 2 bodies sharing one nervous system across the map. I realize it sounds insane, but you can't feel what I'm talking about, or maybe you can, maybe you just haven't tried. 3 years after the bookstore incident, I moved to a small town in Maine. I didn't know why I chose it. I just followed a pull in my chest that had become a constant low-grade hum in my daily life. The other coast. It's where I was supposed to be, and I just knew it. I was walking down a narrow pier when the static reached a deafening volume. The heat in my right palm returned, the same searing solar warmth from 3 years ago. The smell of sea salt and wood smoke, it didn't just drift by, it enveloped me, and my heart picked up a strange rhythm. Thump, thump, pause, thump. I started walking. I didn't turn around. I didn't have to. The smells. You have the peppermint. I whispered. The words, they were slipping out before I could even actually think. Excuse me, are you all right? A voice replied. I turned, and he was standing there, looking exactly like the feeling I'd been carrying in my blood. He was wearing a heavy wool coat. He looked exhausted, his eyes wide with that same biological shock that I was feeling. He held up his left hand, offering me the gum. His hand was flushed bright red, the exact mirror of the heat in my right palm. And then, slightly like the bookstore, the red glowing, it went away, and it was just the 2 of us standing there. We didn't need to exchange life stories. Our bodies had been narrating our lives to each other for a decade. Truly, that's how it felt. He told me that 3 years ago, on a Tuesday in March, he'd been sitting on a rainy beach in Oregon, thinking about a girl he'd never met, burning his hand on a thermos of tea while chewing peppermint gum. He'd felt a tug, one that was so strong, he stood up and started walking east. And that's where he settled down, where I met him, in Maine. I realized that this might not be a ghost story or paranormal, but it's something. Physics of the heart. I mean, we're taught that we begin and end at our skin. We're taught that our senses are local. But isn't it proof that your body is paying attention to the entire universe? It's listening for the one frequency that matches your own. I still have these sensory episodes, but maybe I'm just not as in tune with them anymore. Because if my heart skips a beat or I feel a pain somewhere, I don't tend to look at doctors. I just reach across the way and take his hand. The frequencies align, static clears. The universe finally feels like it's in tune. If that's not magic, I don't know what is. For 10-year-old me, camp was pure magic. 2 weeks of freedom from school, endless games of capture the flag, and nightly ghost stories around a crackling campfire. Our cabin, the bear den, was a ramshackle wood structure, nestled deep within the woods, far enough from the main lodge that the only sounds at night were the crickets and the rustling leaves. Our counselor, Mike, was the coolest. He had a scruffy beard, knew 1,000 knots, and told the best spooky stories. His voice was deep and reassuring. It always made you feel safe, even when he was describing a headless ghost. He was our anchor in the wilderness, for sure. One particularly chilly night, we were all gathered around the communal fire pit, roasting marshmallows to a perfect golden crisp. Mike was mid-story, his voice a low murmur, painting a picture of a lost hiker in these very woods. The flames danced, casting long shadows. They made the surrounding trees seem to sway and beckon. Suddenly, a twig snapped loudly from the direction of the woods behind our cabin. We all jumped, and Mike paused his story, listening. Probably just a deer, he chuckled, trying to ease the tension, but his eyes, I noticed, scanned the darkness with a flicker of concern. Then we heard, "Chris, come here, buddy. I need your help for a second." It was Mike's voice. There was no doubt about it. It was warm, familiar, maybe just a bit muffled, as if he was speaking from a short distance away through something. It came from the direction of our cabin, not 20 yards from where we sat. I looked at Mike. We all did. He was still seated on his log, holding a half-eaten marshmallow on a stick. His eyes were as wide as ours, and his brow was furrowed in confusion. He looked at us. "What was that?" one of the other kids had whispered. His voice was trembling slightly. I don't know," Mike said. His voice was noticeably nervous. I didn't say anything. But the voice, it certainly sounded like his. Everyone, including Mike, must have thought so. I was sitting there, quietly, waiting for Mike to react. The cadence, the slight rasp of his voice. Why had it said my name? My eyes flickered between the real Mike, who was now standing, with a worried expression on his face, and the dark path leading to our cabin. Every fiber of my being wanted to go. Mike was calling me. He needed me. And he had something to show me. The words felt like an invitation, a secret shared between us. I had to go, of course. That's really what I felt in my brain. Even though I could see Mike right next to me. I saw the way that he was now looking at the path. It wasn't just concern anymore. He was in fear. His hand instinctively went to the small hatchet that he kept on his belt for splitting kindling, a gesture that I'd never seen him make. "No one moves," Mike said. His voice was low and firm, completely different from the voice that had just called my name. "Chris, don't go near that cabin." The mimic voice from the darkness seemed to grow impatient, though, deciding to show itself again. "Chris, what's taking you so long?" There was a subtle shift in his voice this time, a microscopic deviation from Mike's true tone. A fraction of a second too long on a vowel, a certain flatness to the S sound, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't the same Mike. It was like looking at a photograph of someone that you knew intimately and noticing a strange, almost distortion in their eyes. It was Mike's voice, sure, but it felt thin, deceptive. The real Mike, seeing the hesitant yearning in my eyes, stepped forward, putting himself between me, all the other kids, and the path to the cabin. He picked up a burning log from the fire pit, ignoring the searing heat, and he held it up like a torch. The firelight flickered wildly, pushing back these encroaching shadows. The calling stopped, but there was nothing there. The woods were silent, not even crickets. The only sound was the crackle of the fire and the ragged breath of 10 boys huddled together. We spent the rest of the night crammed into small tents. Everyone was a bit too scared to go back to the cabin, and I don't think Mike really knew what to do. He never explicitly told us what he thought it was, but his hushed warnings about things that play tricks in the deep woods and never trusting a voice when you can't see the person, it just sort of stuck with me. The next morning, the sun was bright, the birds were singing, and the incident felt like a bad dream. We checked the cabin. Nothing seemed out of place. But the memory, that hole that mimicked voice had, it lingered. It was the only time that it ever happened, a solitary, chilling event, but I couldn't get it out of my head. I never looked at the woods the same again. Every rustle of leaves, every distant call, it carries a fraction of that night's terror. I learned that some voices aren't meant to be answered, especially when the person they belong to is standing right in front of you. Some things in the wilderness don't just mimic, they invite, and sometimes the invitation is the most dangerous part, especially if you can't resist it. I think about that. If I'd heard that voice, and Mike wasn't right in front of me, I would have followed it. Absolutely. And then what? Incident Report 4-29-2. Initial observations. Officers arrived on scene at approximately 23:41 hours. Door was unlocked. Entered residence through the west entrance into first floor living room. Lighting in the residence was operational. No odors of alcohol or narcotics were detected. The initial suspected reporting party, Caucasian female, was located standing by the north wall of the living room area, forehead against the wall, back face towards officers. The woman did not acknowledge the officer's initial entrance to the home, or when she was verbally alerted of their presence. Woman appeared alert but visibly injured and disoriented. Speech was incoherent and indirected. As the officers approached, a second party notified officers of their presence by shouting from an upstairs room. Officer A followed the voice while Officer B stayed with the woman. Officer A locates a second female occupant barricaded in a bedroom, left of the stairwell. Officer A alerted the woman he was outside the door. Removing the barricade, scraping sounds were heard before the door opened. Female identified herself as Robin T. Bedroom looked orderly. Robin informed Officer A that she was the reporting party. Phone, still connected to dispatch, was retrieved from the bed and disconnected after confirmation of contact. Robin tells the officer the woman downstairs is not her roommate. Officer A is documenting Robin's account when a commotion is heard down one floor. They now switch perspectives between the officers' reports. Starting back a few minutes, both men report hearing another party shouting from another area in the home. Officer A goes upstairs to investigate further, while Officer B continues speaking to the woman downstairs while receiving no response. The officer placed his hand on the woman's shoulder. she turned to face the officer, revealing depressed orbital bones and blackened corneas, above a mouthful of teeth that were sharpened. Officer B radios to EMT and additional police units. He retrieves a pair of disposable medical gloves from a fanny pack on his belt in order to initiate a thorough medical assessment. Officer B's report ends there, and it jumps back to Officer A's after the commotion is heard downstairs. Officer A tells Robin to stay in her room and lock the door, then proceeds downstairs while removing his firearm from the holster. On floor 1, he sees Officer B lying motionless on the carpet in the living room, blue medical gloves on the ground next to him. Officer A runs to the fallen partner, radios a code 33 and a 1099. That was made at approximately 23:44 hours. The unknown woman is seen exiting the property and fleeing into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of blood and some unidentified black substance in the kitchen as she does. Officer A did not pursue, but remained with Officer B until paramedics arrived. Injury observation. EMS arrived on scene at approximately 0 hour. The reporting party displayed visible lacerations and bruising on her arms, upper back, and left shoulder area. Redness and swelling were present. Injuries photographed using departmental equipment and are in the file. Paramedics assessed the reporting party. Transport was offered and declined. The reporting party signed a refusal of care. Officer B was unresponsive when assistance arrived. The skin and muscle on his neck and right cheek had been torn. Serrated U-shaped wounds. Officer B was loaded into the ambulance and transported to City Hospital, approximately 15 past 0 hour. Statement. Reporting party. Robin T. stated the following. While in her bedroom, she heard knocking downstairs and the voice of her roommate. The east entrance is viewable from the upstairs bedroom window, but the exterior motion light is not operational. Robin sees a figure outside that she believed to be her roommate needing to be let in. She exits her bedroom, goes downstairs to the east entrance, located in the kitchen, to unlock and open the door. Robin retreats further into the middle of the kitchen to allow her roommate open walkway, but they don't immediately come inside and remain partially concealed on the dark porch. Robin tells her to come inside while standing approximately 5 yards from the open door. The unknown woman then enters the residence, tilted in a full sprint towards Robin. She's unable to evade the sudden approaching threat, and the unknown woman tackles Robin down to the kitchen linoleum. A brief struggle ensues, where Robin is scratched and bit by the woman as she attempts to drag her outside. Robin fought back until the woman lost her grip, allowing her to flee upstairs to the bedroom, where Robin barricaded herself inside. Statements. Witnesses. Witness 1, neighbor. Witness stated they heard a screaming and loud bangs coming from the reporting party's home. Witness did not observe any persons entering or exiting the residence before police arrived. Scene examination. The living room and kitchen were examined. The living room had no damage to furniture or walls, beyond minor scuffing consistent with bodily contact. Bloodstains on carpet near north wall. Stains of unknown black substance on carpet near north wall. In the kitchen, no structural damage, a broken chair, debris, and spots of blood and unidentified black substance were observed consistent with a struggle. No signs of forced entry were observed at any doors or windows. No weapons or objects capable of causing the injuries were immediately identified. Officer assessment. Based on statements provided, physical observations, and scene examination, the reporting party was attacked by an assailant determined unknown at the time of the investigation. No further suspect information was developed or obtained. Disposition. Incident documented. No further action taken at this time. Supplemental notes. Photographs of injuries and scene uploaded to case file. Body-worn camera footage retained per department policy. Case status. Undetermined.
I
I truly used to be the guy that laughed at ghost hunting shows. I grew up hearing my mom's stories from the Philippines, but I always chalked them up to old world superstitions or funeral-induced stress. But after what happened last winter, I'm all done. I don't just believe in this stuff anymore. I'm terrified of it. Part 1. The Heavy Bag. The Philippines, 1980s. My mom's story is the baseline for my fear. She was at a funeral for a relative, and because of the stifling humidity, she, her cousin, and her 2 brothers headed back to the house to bathe and change. The second they stepped inside, the air didn't just cool down, it curdled. She said it felt like someone had supercharged an industrial freezer and vented it directly into the foyer. They didn't have an AC. It was impossible. While they stood there shivering, they heard it. Running. Heavy, frantic footsteps on the second floor. Everyone was supposed to be at the funeral parlor. The group huddled together, eyes glued to the staircase. They saw something white flutter over the landing. It was just a crumpled, empty plastic grocery bag, caught in a draft. It drifted down towards the first step, but when it hit the wood, it didn't crinkle. Thunk. The sound was heavy, like a man in steel-toed work boots stomping with all of his weight. Every time that weightless bag hit a step, the house shook with such force. Thunk, thunk, thunk. They didn't wait for it to reach the bottom. They just bolted. Part 2. The Hangar. Fast forward to last year. I went to a local aviation museum for a paranormal investigation night. The building is brand new, so I figured it was a scam. But the exhibits, they're donated by families of pilots who spent their entire lives in those cockpits. Sometimes they're the airframes where those pilots died. Early on, I kept seeing movement on the balcony, shadows ducking behind crates, watching us. I actually called out, "Hey, kids shouldn't be up there." The guide stopped dead. "What kids? We're the only ones in the building." Part 3. The Estes Method. We moved to a secluded corner near an airframe that had been pulled out of a lake 80 years after its crash. This was where we decided to try the Estes Method. What is the Estes Method? It's basically sensory deprivation on steroids. One person, the receiver, wears heavy-duty noise-canceling headphones plugged into a spirit box that sweeps through radio frequencies at high speed. They also wear a blindfold. The idea is that the receiver can't hear the questions the investigators are asking. They just shout out whatever words or sounds come through the static. It cuts out the power of suggestion. I volunteered to go under. The moment the blindfold went on and the static started, the world vanished. And then the cold hit. I usually run hot. I'm the guy wearing a t-shirt in -20 weather while everyone else is freezing. But inside those headphones, it felt like I was being plunged into a tank of ice water. I sat there for what felt like hours, my hands shaking so violently they started to ache. I was shouting out words that I heard through the white noise, angry words, names, dates, stuff that apparently had my friends turning pale. When they finally tapped me to finish, my friend grabbed my hand to help me up. She screamed and jumped back. My skin was ice cold, not chilly. I felt more like a corpse. 2 minutes after taking the gear off and walking away from the airframe, I was back to sweating. The transition was instant. My body temperature shouldn't be able to swing 30 degrees in 120 seconds, but it did. Part 4. The Targeting. We moved to the next hangar. My friend went under for the Estes Method this time. and I stayed out to watch. I thought I was safe. I wasn't. It felt like whatever was in that building had locked onto me. My friend, blindfolded and hearing nothing but static, suddenly muttered, "I'm going to touch you." Immediately, something grabbed my sleeve and yanked hard. I stumbled toward the empty air. Then came the slaps. Sharp, stinging hits to my hands and shoulders. I actually had bruises the next day on my shoulders. I tried to move away, to get some distance, and that's when something grabbed my ponytail and wrenched my head back, so hard my neck popped. I spun around, snapping at my friend. "Are you kidding me? Stop pulling my hair." But my friend looked terrified. I didn't do that. I haven't moved." I looked at the empty, dark hangar, then at my arms and hands. I realized that the thunking plastic bag from my mom's story, that wasn't a fluke. Sometimes the things that shouldn't have weight are the ones that hit the hardest. I'm never going back. Fuck that museum. Having a family member in a branch of the armed services takes a mental toll on everyone involved. My brother Clay and I couldn't have been more different growing up, and that stayed the same way through our adulthood. Clay served in the military while I listened to Rage Against the Machine and skateboarded. He became a police officer in a neighboring city, and I was arrested multiple times for drug possession, theft, and burglary in the city he served. He never had the honor of taking his little brother down, but he would visit me whenever he found out I got locked up again. Clay had always been a serious kid, never joked around, always working his ass off at something. Tough kid too, and that transferred into adulthood. There's still banners at the old gym with Clay's name on it from all of the boxing records and awards he'd won. During our visits, both from behind bars and back home, Clay would come over to our mom's house where I was staying. He'd casually talk about seeing car accidents, homicides, and any other death bringers that you could think of, all while sipping on a cup of coffee. Really troubling things, but he'd talk about them like he was discussing the weather. He told me once that his first interaction with people was usually on one of the worst days of their lives. Be it a victim or suspect, the police are never involved because of happy scenarios. Sure, he'd try to play ball with the kids after school when he had the chance. Clay actually smiled when he told those small stories. But as the years passed, Clay's personality became more stoic. Slowly, he stopped sharing pieces of his day because he didn't want to burn us out, even though Mom and I never expressed discomfort about the things he told us. I think retelling the horrors of his day made him relive those moments and re-feel those gut-wrenching emotions. He didn't want to be the rain cloud when he entered the house. When I got my own place, Clay stopped by, rarely. Once it was to drop off a generator. The only other memorable time was when he came to decompress after an especially hard and strange night. The night he came over, it was completely unexpected. I think I was just sitting in my underwear, half asleep on the couch, when Clay started banging on the door. It scared the hell out of me, but along with the pounding, I heard his voice calling my name, telling me to open the door. Once I knew who it was, I jumped to my feet and ran to open it. When I did, Clay walked in, looking like he'd seen a ghost, pale as he could possibly be. I've never seen him like that before. He was visibly shaken. Clay walked over and plopped down on my couch. I asked him what was going on. At first, he just kept repeating that he needed someone to talk to, that he needed to see his brother. "Talk about what?" I asked. Then, Clay started crying, like I'd never seen him cry before. He said he'd seen something that really messed with his mind. He didn't think that anyone else would believe him, except me. He told me that earlier in the evening he'd responded to a domestic violence call. Before he even approached the scene, he was driving through all these twists and turns in a hilly neighborhood. It's while heading to the house that he saw a woman standing with her kid at the crosswalk, both of them looking straight down. The kid was in Spider-Man pajamas, no shoes. The mom was also in sleeping attire, thin shirt, shorts, no shoes. They definitely didn't look like they should be out there at that time of night. Clay, thinking this was weird, decided to stop. He rolled down his window and asked if they needed help. Neither of them responded. So he asked again, this time louder. That's when the woman lifted her head. Clay saw her face, just a blank expression. It was like her eyes weren't there. They weren't alive. Looking directly at Clay, she didn't say a word. She lifted her right arm and pointed down the road. Clay thought she was gesturing for him to go away. Since he was on his way to a call, he rolled up his window and continued to the call, which happened to be in the same direction the woman was pointing. Less than a mile further, Clay arrived at the house and was the first officer on the scene. The cul-de-sac was quiet, with adjacent houses all dark. The house he approached was indistinguishable from the others. But unlike the homes and families that cohabitated in this community, the house Clay was approaching was hiding a dark secret. He found it after pushing open the unlocked front door. There, in front of Clay, lay a family of 3. 2 of the members were in multiple crudely hacked pieces, and one was closer to the back door, hanging from the foundation banister in the kitchen, all deceased. On what remained of the smaller victim, a Spider-Man logo could be identified through the blood-soaked fabric. I didn't understand what I was hearing at the time. That feels important to say. When you're a kid, you don't look for patterns. You just accept that some things are strange and move on. It took years and distance and a lot of hindsight before I realized that what happened with my sister followed rules. Very specific ones. My sister is 3 years younger than me. We shared a room growing up. Our house wasn't violent or overtly abusive, but it wasn't warm either. There was a lot of absence, a lot of silence. You learned early not to need much. The first time it happened, we had a friend over for a sleepover. We were still young, elementary school age, sleeping bags on the floor, whispering until we drifted off. I woke up for no reason to my sister sitting straight up in her bed. She wasn't moving, not swaying or twitching the way people do when they're asleep. She sat like someone waiting to be addressed. She started speaking in a voice that didn't sound like hers. It was older, settled, like it knew exactly where it was, but it wasn't hers. She said, "You weren't supposed to wake up yet." I remember feeling embarrassed, more than scared, like I'd broken some kind of etiquette. I whispered her name, and she didn't react. Our friend shifted in her sleeping bag and let out a small noise. My sister turned her head toward her and said, "She's not part of this." Then she lay back down and went still. In the morning, she didn't remember anything. That was another rule or something. She never did remember. We told her about it once, laughing nervously, and she shrugged it off like it was nothing. Our friend, once she saw the same thing, she never slept over again. It happened again a few years later, in a different house with a different friend. Same timing, same posture, same tone. Always in the middle of the night. Always when someone new was there. Didn't ever seem to be when it was just us 2. She never spoke nonsense or rambled. Every sentence sounded like it belonged to something already in progress. Once she said, "That's close enough." Another time, he doesn't like to be interrupted. And once, very calmly, "You're listening wrong." If someone shifted or stirred, her voice would sharpen. If someone spoke, it stopped completely. That seemed to be another rule. It didn't compete for the space. By the time we were older, I dreaded sleepovers. I couldn't explain why without sounding dramatic, so I just stuck with, "I don't sleep well with others." I just knew that when the house was full of others breathing, something else paid attention, and it seemed to react through my sister. The last time it happened, we were actually teenagers. We had 2 friends staying over. I woke up to the same familiar stillness, like the air had been pressed flat. My sister sat up. She didn't speak right away. She just tilted her head, listening, as if waiting for a cue. Then she said, "This one isn't supposed to hear it yet." One of our friends shifted in her sleep. My sister's voice tightened. "If she wakes up, you'll ruin it." That's when I spoke. I told her to stop. I said it the way you talk to someone who's breaking a rule you don't understand. She turned toward me and smiled. It wasn't my sister's smile, just like it wasn't her voice. She said, "You weren't meant to notice." Then she laid back down. She never remembered any of it. After that, the sleepovers faded out. They just stopped. Life moved on. We grew up. Years later, as adults, it came up in passing. I mentioned her sleep-talking, expecting a laugh. She didn't laugh. She said she'd always known when it happened. Not consciously, but in her body. She said that she woke up more tired on those nights, like she'd been used for something. She said she always felt disappointment when friends left early, like she'd failed at something she couldn't understand. That's when I finally understood something. It didn't speak unless there were witnesses. It didn't want attention, it just needed presence. It stopped the moment it was challenged. And it borrowed her voice because hers was available, I assume. It never followed her into adulthood, at least not in ways that she noticed. I'd like to think that that's the case, that I told it to leave or stop and it did. Either way, it's always creeped me out. My aunt was the kind of woman who made things. That's how you understood her. Not through what she said, which she never said much, but by what passed through her hands. Curtains, school uniforms, the elaborate embroidered pieces that she'd take commissions for and spend weekends on in the evenings after dinner. Bent close to the fabric under the lamp with a concentration that made the rest of the house feel like it was holding its breath around her. Her living room was arranged around her sewing machine, the way that people arrange rooms around a television. It was an industrial model, heavy and old, bolted to a metal table that had come with it when she moved into the house. The machine had a sound, a particular rhythm when it was running. You could hear it from the street if the windows were open. And I still occasionally hear it in the back of some dreams and wake up from not that quite sad or quite any word I have a description for. As far as anyone could remember, the machine had never been moved. It simply was just in that room, the way a load-bearing wall is in a room. It just simply is. She was diagnosed 3 years before she died. Cancer, the aggressive kind that announces itself late and moves fast. She fought it with the same quiet focus that she brought to everything else, attending appointments alone when she could manage it, not wanting to inconvenience anyone, keeping the details of what the doctor said closer than she kept most things. For a while, it seemed like the kind of fight that she might win, and then it shifted, the way things do. And the last months were hard in ways that I won't go into here. She passed in the early hours of a Tuesday morning at the hospital with family around her. By afternoon, we were at the house. In our household, Muslim, Asian, the kind of extended family where grief is a communal event rather than a private one, the days following a death move with their own momentum. Hundreds would come to mourn. Food had to be made. Space had to be cleared. The furniture rearranged to allow places for people to get together on the floor in a way that's proper for these occasions. It's practical and it's purposeful, and I think, looking back, that the busyness of it is its own form of mercy. There's a very little time to stop. Stopping is the thing that will undo you, so the tradition fills the hours instead, and you're grateful for it, even when you don't know you are. The sewing machine had to go first. It dominated the living room, and there was simply no working around it. My uncle organized 4 men to move it, all of them large, the kind of people that you'd specifically call for this job, and even then, it wasn't easy. The table was solid metal, the machine bolted down, the whole assembly dense with this particular immovability of something that has sat in a place for decades and settled into the floor around it. They got it out eventually, tilting and maneuvering it through the doorway in increments, their breath audible with the effort. The table legs dragged lines across the floor. I followed behind with the vacuum. The room felt strange without it. Bigger, of course, yet emptier, in a way that went beyond the physical space it had occupied. I stared at the far wall and worked my way across. And then I saw it. One of the rubber feet from the table leg had slipped off in the moving, and something had come loose with it. A small dark shape, half buried in the dust and debris near the baseboards. My first thought was that it was exactly what it looked like. A scrap, a bit of deteriorated rubber. Something that had been compressed under the leg for years and finally given way. I bent down to clean it up. It was a parcel. Small enough to sit in the center of my palm. Black silk wrapped in cling film, folded over itself and sealed with a care that was immediately, unmistakably deliberate. This was not something that had ended up somewhere by accident. It had been wrapped by hands that knew what they were doing and placed and left. I straightened up. I said to no one in particular and everyone in earshot, "What is this?" People came in from other rooms. The parcel passed between hands. There was a moment, I remember it clearly, where the noise of the house, the movement and conversation that had filled every room since we arrived, went briefly, collectively quieter. Not silent, just quieter. My cousin, my aunt's son, took one look at it and went still in a way that was different from everyone else's stillness. He told us then what he had been carrying for years. His mother had visited a sheikh sometime before she became ill, a religious figure, someone consulted in our community for matters that exist at the edge of what's seen and unseen. Not a doctor or a counselor, something older than both. She had gone because she felt something was wrong in the house, some persistent unease that she couldn't name or locate. The sheikh had confirmed what she suspected and told her that something she had brought home and kept largely to herself, a curse, had been placed in her home, hidden, deliberately positioned with precision in a location that she would never find. The nature of such things, he explained, was transactional. They had to be physically found and properly disposed of to be counteracted. A curse that you could not locate was one that you could not fight. She had looked, quietly, methodically, the way she did with everything. She had searched the house in the incremental, unhurried kind of way that someone does when they don't want to alarm anyone. And she had not found it. She'd kept looking in the background of her daily life for years. She had almost no one. My cousin's voice, when he finished, was very uneven. The room stayed quiet for a moment longer than was comfortable. I turned over what I had just heard and felt it settle into place with a weight that had nothing to do with whether I believed it. Belief is a separate question, and I'm not here to answer it. What I am here to tell you is simply what is true. The sewing machine had been in that room since the day she moved in. It had not been moved once, not for cleaning, not for repair, not for any reason that anyone could recall. It took 4 large men significant effort to shift it even slightly. There was no version of events in which someone had slipped that parcel under the leg recently, or casually, or without being seen. Whatever had placed it there had done so once in the early days of her life in that house, and had relied on a simple calculation, a heavy machine, a woman who would never move it, and a curse that only needed to outlast her. It had almost worked. She had almost never known what was hidden beneath the place that she spent her evenings, the place that she made beautiful things for other people, the place the sound of the machine ran through, with the open windows down the street. If the leg hadn't slipped, if I had vacuumed 2 inches to the left, the folklore around these things is specific and consistent across traditions. I've since read about them more carefully. Curses of this kind don't place themselves. Those who commission them do so through something, an intermediary that is not human and does not operate by human logic or human constraint. Something that can move through a house in the dark, assess it with a patience belonging to something that doesn't experience time the way we do, and select a hiding place with the cold precision of something playing a very long game. It had chosen well, under the leg of a machine that weighed more than any one person could lift, in a house belonging to a woman who worked hard and asked little. It would never have thought to look there. I thought about my aunt and her machine in the evenings, the lamp on, the rest of the house quiet, the fabric moving under her hands. I think about her visiting the sheikh and coming home with the information and continuing to cook, to sew, to take commissions, to move through her days with the knowledge folded somewhere inside of her that something was hidden in her house and she could not find it, and that someone had wanted her not to recover. I think about what it costs a person to carry something like that, to look and not find, and keep going anyway. She made beautiful things her whole life in that room, above whatever was folded into the dark beneath the machine's leg. I don't entirely know how to hold that. I'm not sure that I'm meant to. What I know is that we found it. Too late for it to help her, yes, but we found it. And in a way I haven't fully worked out, but keep returning to, that feels like it matters. Like the finding was the point, even now. Like she had spent years hoping someone would. Like she needed us to know that it had been there, and that it was gone. Most of the marketing team had cleared out by 5 p.m. It was a Friday after all. Everyone's always eager for their weekend. But for the few of us still grinding, chasing deadlines, and fighting the good fight against impending Monday doom, the open plan office transformed. Desks became islands, shadowed by the glow of monitors, and the usual bustling space felt vast, almost cavernous. I was hunched over my keyboard, wrestling with a particularly stubborn campaign brief when I heard something. "Liam, can you check these numbers for me?" It was Tammy's voice. Tammy is our senior analyst, known for her perpetually calm demeanor, her uncanny ability to spot a rogue decimal point from 50 spaces. I glanced up, expecting to see her leaning over the partition of my cubicle, or perhaps even walking towards her own desk. But she wasn't there. The aisle was, in fact, empty. "Tammy?" I called out. My voice sounded strangely quiet. There was no reply. I shrugged it off. Maybe she'd stepped out for a moment. Perhaps the sound had carried from deeper within the office. Or I was just overtired. I went back to my brief. Surely she'd have to show me the numbers she wanted me to check. Minutes later, the voice came again, further away this time, but a little more urgent. "Liam, seriously, I need those figures reconciled. Did you hear me?" This time it was unmistakably from the small kitchenette area, just beyond the meeting rooms. I pushed my chair back, a faint sense of annoyance mixed with growing unease. Tammy was usually more patient. I walked toward the kitchenette, intending to tell her that I'd be with her in a minute, that I was just wrapping something up. As I approached, I saw Robert, one of our graphic designers. He was standing by the coffee machine with his back to me. He was staring intently at the bubbling carafe. "Hey, Robert, is Tammy in there?" I asked, gesturing vaguely toward the kitchenette. Robert turned, a confused expression on his face. "Tammy? No, why?" "I keep hearing her call my name. She's asking about numbers," I explained. I was feeling a little foolish. "Sounded like she was in here," I said. Robert frowned. "That's weird because I just heard David calling my name from the supply room. But I checked and Celeste said that David left an hour ago anyway. Hot date or something. Maybe Celeste was calling your name." I thought that was strange. David is our creative director, and he had a booming laugh with an even louder speaking voice. If he'd been here, we'd all know it. "You're serious?" I asked. "Yeah," Robert replied, looking around the deserted office. I thought maybe I was just hearing things because I'm hopped up on too much cheap coffee, but you too, huh? Before either of us could fully process it, the overhead lights flickered once, then twice, then plunging the far end of the office into temporary darkness, before buzzing back to life. In that brief moment of darkness, there was a sound. I didn't recognize this voice, but it simply said, "What are you doing in there?" This time, we both heard it at the same time. Robert and I spun around simultaneously. The office was still empty. The screens of dormant computers cast this weird glow on all the empty chairs. Suddenly, this space felt eerie. No one was there. "Let's go," Robert whispered. His eyes were wide. "Right now." We didn't bother logging off. I don't even think we grabbed our bags. We practically ran to the elevators, pressing the down button with frantic urgency. The journey down was filled with fear. Each floor number glowing was like a malevolent red as we descended. Nothing felt right about the whole thing. Every hum, every creak of the old building, it felt like some new sound being conjured. When the elevator doors finally opened to the brightly lit lobby, the sudden rush of normal city sounds, distant traffic, a siren, someone talking on their phone, someone we could see. We didn't say much on the walk to the parking garage. We just kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting to hear one of our names be called out. That next Monday, Tammy and David were their usual selves, completely oblivious to their mimics. We never told them what we'd heard. How could you? How do you explain that part of your otherwise unremarkable office building in the dead of night? You began to hear parroted voices of your colleagues, calling you to empty rooms. Robert and I developed some unspoken rule: never be the last ones in the office. And if you hear your name called when no one is around to say it, just keep walking. Don't respond. And definitely, don't go looking. Part of me wishes that I'd never actually chased after that voice, that I had just kept working on my campaign. But I didn't. And when I found nothing, well, that was harder to reconcile than just thinking I was hearing something. I was around 8 or 9 when this happened. Old enough to have a bit of a routine, but young enough that nothing about my world felt truly dangerous yet. I'd never lost anyone, never experienced anything truly scary. I lived on a quiet street where a handful of us kids all kind of orbited each other. There were 4 of us who were especially close. We rode bikes up and down the block, played tag until the streetlights came on, and rotated whose house we went to for video games or snacks. It was one of those neighborhoods where parents didn't really worry too much and doors were rarely locked during the day. One of those friends was Kayla. A couple of weeks before this happened, she was killed in a car accident. It wasn't immediate. There were rumors at first, then confirmation. I remember adults speaking in those quiet ways where they try to spare the children, but really it just looks like they're hiding secrets. The sudden absence of her bike in the driveway, the way her house just went quiet. It was all a lot. At that age, death felt confusing more than devastating, though. I understood it in theory, but emotionally it felt distant, like something that happened to other people. Kayla was going to be coming back, obviously. Life on the street slowly went back to normal, though. We kept playing outside. We stopped mentioning her name as much. Then one night, I woke up to knocking at the front door. I remember laying there, wondering if that's what I heard. There was no pounding. It wasn't frantic. It just was a couple of firm, deliberate knocks. I remember sitting up in bed, annoyed more than scared. It didn't even occur to me to check the time. I assumed it was early evening. Maybe someone forgot something at our house and wanted to see if I could come out. That's how normal it felt. I walked down the hallway into the living room. The house was dark, but not silent. The refrigerator, soft clicking of the clock, normal nighttime sounds. I remember the door, and I did what my mom had taught me to do. I looked out the window beside it. Kayla was standing there. She was just there, on the porch, like nothing had happened. I opened the door without hesitation. She looked exactly like herself. Same height, same hair, same expression that hovered somewhere between shy and curious. She didn't look injured. She didn't look pale or distorted or wrong. It was just Kayla. She said something like, "Hey, just checking on you." Her voice sounded calm and familiar. I remember responding casually like this was a normal interaction. I think I said, "Yeah, what's up?" She asked if everything was okay, and I said yes. She nodded and said something like, "All right, good," and then turned to leave. That was it. No lingering, no goodbye, just left. I closed the door, walked back to my room, and went back to sleep. The next morning, my mom was irritated. She was standing in the living room, flipping switches off, muttering about electricity. The lights were on, several of them. I don't usually leave lights on. She asked me why the house looked like someone had been up all night, specifically the porch light. That one, I turned on. Without thinking, I said, "Oh, Kayla came by last night." I remember her stopping immediately and slowly turning to look at me. Her face wasn't angry anymore. It was tight, like something inside of her had just dropped. She asked me to please repeat myself. I told her again. Kayla had knocked on the door last night, asked if I was okay, and then left. I even laughed a little because in that moment it felt odd, but not scary, just weird. And that's when it hit me. The realization didn't come with a rush of panic or screaming of tears. It was kind of worse than that. It was really quiet but heavy inside, like someone had slowly turned gravity up inside my chest. Kayla was dead. She'd been dead for weeks. I hadn't remembered that at the door. I hadn't thought about it when I saw her face. My brain had accepted her presence without question, like it made perfect sense that she would be there. Then my mom said something that sealed in my mind forever. She told me no one else had been awake. No one else had opened the door. But that the front door had been locked when she went to bed, and the lights were off when she went to bed. And now, the lights were on. I knew then, and I knew, especially after she told me that I wasn't dreaming. I hadn't been sleepwalking, and I'd never done that before or since. I've never had anything like that happen again. Kayla never came back. There were no more knocks or strange sightings. Just that one moment, one quiet visit. I still don't know why she came, or I guess if she really did, or if my brain was just trying to make sense of loss at that time, creating something I needed to see, but I just don't think you can replicate the way that it feels to be with your friend, for real, in a dream. And if it was a dream, then why were all the lights on that I turned on? I've never been able to explain it, and neither has my mom, so I'm gonna go ahead and say that Kayla came back. I may be a fully grown adult female now, but I've had a crippling fear of doctors, especially surgeons, since I was a teenager. I got this fear because my best friend died when we were 14, and my family doesn't believe in therapy, just smiling. Dee was born with a lot of health issues, so she was always sickly growing up, but things got really bad in 8th grade. I was staying the night with her when things got so bad that she had to go to the hospital at 2 a.m. The doctors took a lot of blood and ran various tests, only to determine that she had appendicitis. They took her into surgery, promising the procedure was completely routine, should only take about an hour. Her mother, Penny, and I sat in the waiting room and played cards to pass the time, but an hour came and went without any updates. Only after Penny begged the nurse to check on Dee did one of the doctors come to speak to her. The procedure was a success, but Dee's condition didn't improve. Now her kidneys were failing, and the doctor rushed her back into surgery without answering any more questions. Within the next 20 minutes, Dee's entire family was there helping her raise hell. Her aunt was a nurse and said the whole situation reeked of a screw-up. 2 hours later, we got the news. Dee was gone. That was one of the darkest nights of my life. I had just been holding her hand before the surgery, joking about how much we would play up the whole experience into something melodramatic once we got back to school. Her parents hired a lawyer, and we learned that there was never a problem with Dee's appendix at all. When they opened her up, it was completely fine, but they took it out anyway. The stress her body endured exacerbated her actual problem, her failing kidneys. They removed one and were in the process of removing the second when she passed away. Fast forward a year. I'm in 9th grade, and my arch nemesis is a girl named Hillary. She was the cliché, bitchy, popular type, and her mom happened to be a nurse at the hospital where Dee had passed away. Well, Hillary started telling everyone that Dee's ghost was haunting the operating floor. Her mom saw her. I was pissed. I was a full-blown hardcore skeptic, and no words were going to convince me that Hillary wasn't just using Dee to garner attention. I walked right into the circle of girls, pushed Hillary into a locker, and promised to knock her teeth out if she ever said Dee's name again. She swore she was telling the truth, so I hit her, and then 4 other girls jumped on my back and beat the shit out of me. They tried to suspend me for breaking Hillary's nose. I missed her front teeth, but I was covered in bruises, and my lip was swollen from the other 4 girls, so my parents demanded they also be suspended. Obviously, the school didn't want to suspend their cheerleaders, so none of us were suspended. Instead, we got a stern talking to. Over the years, random stories would spread of people seeing Dee's ghost, and I always blamed Hillary for starting the rumor in the first place. We gave each other hell all the way through graduation, and I celebrated the last time I'd have to see her. Now, fast forward again, 2 years ago. I went home for Christmas and got T-boned by a Charger running a red light. The ride to the hospital was a blur, but I needed emergency surgery. Afterwards, I was taken to a recovery room where I slowly began regaining consciousness. Before I opened my eyes, I became aware of someone sitting on the bed, holding my hand. Thinking it was my mother, I opened my eyes to see Dee smiling at me. All I could do was stare in shocked silence until she disappeared. A nurse came in a moment later and shook me back to reality. She was also my best friend during our junior and senior year of high school and wanted to be there when I woke up. I probably wouldn't have said anything if it had been a stranger, but as soon as I realized my nurse was Lizzie, it just spilled out of me. The way she looked at me made me think that I'd been having some sort of hallucination from all the drugs. But then she said that she had seen Dee too. Most of the nurses had. When she learned I was on the floor, she asked the staff not to mention Dee because of my history with Hillary. She didn't want anyone to upset me by mistake. Apparently, Dee often checks in on patients coming in and out of surgery, and sometimes while they're still in surgery. But they've never heard of her sitting on anyone's bed or holding their hand. All that time, it was true, but I just couldn't believe it. Every time I've gone home since, I stop and have lunch with Lizzie, and I like to think that Dee comes too. In 2016, I went on a week-long camping trip in Mississippi. I had just spent the prior week in Alabama, and needless to say, there was more hiking involved here. I spent 2 full days hiking deeper into the woods before setting up my permanent camp in a small clearing. I've been going on solo trips since I was 17, and this was supposed to be an easy one. No caves or mountains to explore, just a relaxing week in the woods with my fishing pole. Everything was going great until night 4, when I heard something walking around my camp's perimeter, just out of the firelight. I tried to stay calm and pretend not to notice because it was something on 2 legs, and that usually means people. But its stride sounded off, almost like a very heavy person trying to tiptoe, yet not quite that. Mostly, I just felt in my bones that something was the bad kind of wrong about it. All my years in the woods, and I'd never heard anything sound quite like that. It gave me chills. Besides, if there was another person this far out in the middle of nowhere, and they were sneaking around my camp, they weren't friendly. I was worried what it might do if it knew I had noticed, so I stood up slowly and went into my tent like I was going to sleep. Normally, I would put out the fire, but that night I let it burn. Once inside, the footsteps stopped. I sat quietly, listening, for 15 minutes, without hearing another sound. It had either left much more silently than it came, Or it was just standing out there, watching, or who knows what. I had a small handgun, but I didn't want to fire it unless I could see what I was shooting at, so I continued waiting. After almost an hour of silence, I began dozing off, only to be woken by a gargled cry for help. It sounded so wrong that I thought someone was trying to disguise their voice. It didn't come any closer to camp either, so if I wanted to help anyone, it would require walking away from the little safety the fire provided. That wasn't happening. The voice went silent long enough for me to doze off again, but started back around 3, and then once more just before dawn. When the sun rose, I did a quick search of the immediate area and found a trail of just 2, not 4, hoof prints circling my camp. At the time, I couldn't imagine how that could be possible, but that's what I found. I didn't really care about the explanation, though. I just wanted to go home. I packed up camp as fast as I could and started the long trek back to my car, hoping whatever had checked me out would stick to its territory. I stopped periodically to see if anything was following me, but I didn't see or hear a thing all day. When I stopped for the night, I was confident there wouldn't be any more trouble, but still made a fire and set up the tent anyway. Shortly after 10, the same strange-sounding footsteps approached my camp, but stopped short of entering the light. This time, it skipped circling the perimeter and went straight to calling for help. It sounded like someone with a deep, gruff voice, trying to use a high-pitched tone. It said, "Please help me." But the words themselves were off too, like they were being said by someone with a thick, heavy accent. Again, I ignored it, and I went into my tent. I'd never been so terrified in all my life. I imagined shooting into the woods and hitting some teenagers who were trying to be funny. Then I imagined doing nothing and having some monstrous beast rip me apart in my sleep. The whole night was a repeat of the night before. In the morning, I packed faster than ever. I'd lost time checking my back trail the previous day, but if I really pushed myself, I could still make it back to my truck before nightfall. I didn't stop for food or anything. By 4, my leg muscles were in knots, but I wasn't spending another night in that forest. I was only 30 minutes from my truck when it got dark, so I just couldn't bring myself to stop. 10 minutes later, I heard the same footsteps again, and they were moving faster this time. In a full panic, I began running and didn't stop until I got to the parking lot. That thing followed me all the way. I was so afraid that I dropped half my gear getting into the truck and left it behind. When the headlights came on, I caught a glimpse of what had been chasing me. It was partially concealed behind the trees, but I saw a giant deer standing on its hind legs, staring right at me. As I began to reverse, it went down on all 4s and darted back into the forest. I haven't actually been camping since that experience, not even in places I'm familiar with. I don't know what that thing was, but I know it was pure evil. We grew up near an old iron railroad bridge outside of town. Everyone called it Goatman Bridge, even though there was no official name. Naturally, that's where we hung out. One summer night after a thunderstorm, a group of us biked out there. The river below was swollen and super loud. We dared each other to walk across the bridge beams. Halfway across, the air got different. It was still. Even the frogs stopped. One of my friends said that someone was at the far end of the bridge. We all looked. At first, it looked like there was a tall man standing under the tree line. Then the lightning flashed, and we saw horns. And these weren't small ones. These were long, curved ones. And the legs of the thing, they were bent wrong, like a goat's. Its upper body was broad, human-shaped, but it was covered in dark hair. It took one step forward onto the bridge. The metal of it groaned under its weight, and we bolted. I was last, of course. Halfway across, I heard hooves striking metal behind me. I couldn't believe how unbelievably fast it was. Too fast. The sound vibrated through the beams and through my body. Then a bright flashlight beam cut across the riverbank. Someone shouted. The hoofbeat stopped instantly. I reached the end and looked back. There was nothing there. We don't know who it was that shined the flashlight, but we were grateful. Police came out to the location the next day after we told our parents. They found nothing except for deep scratches in the metal beams, about halfway across. They said it was probably vandalism, that they would have charged us for it if we hadn't turned ourselves in. Well, I haven't personally walked across that bridge since, but I understand how it got its name. I remember the air in my room didn't just feel cold. It felt heavy, like actual fog was in there. I didn't wake up to an alarm or a noise, I just arrived. My eyes snapped open at exactly 4 a.m. It was my 18th birthday, and the first thing I saw wasn't the glow of my phone or the moonlight hitting the curtains. It was him. He was standing at the foot of my bed, a silhouette carved out of the darkness that somehow managed to be more like solid than a shadow. I didn't scream. My lungs felt like they were filled with cotton. A strange, buzzing stillness settled over all of my limbs. I recognized him instantly, which is a bizarre thing to say about a man who died 2 months before I took my first breath. I've spent 18 years memorizing his face in grainy 4x6 glossies and silent home movies, but seeing him in 3D was different. He didn't look like a ghost from a movie. No glowing aura, no rattling chains. He just looked there. He stood there, hands at his sides, watching me with an expression that was impossible to pin down. It was pride mixed with a deep, quiet longing. I tried to form a word. Dad. But my throat was locked. We just existed there together in the silence of the early morning. It felt like an eternity compressed into a few minutes. Then, as the first hint of gray light began to bleed through the window, the weight of the room lifted. He didn't fade. He was just suddenly gone, leaving me staring at my laundry basket. I didn't go back to sleep. I sat there until the sun was fully up, feeling a warmth in my chest that didn't match the morning chill. Downstairs, the kettle was whistling. My mom was already at the table, clutching a mug of Earl Grey. The kitchen smelled like French toast, a mundane contrast to the impossible thing that I'd just witnessed. I sat down across from her, my hands shaking slightly as I poured my own tea. I think my father came to see me last night, I said. I expected her to laugh or tell me I was dreaming. Instead, she lifted her eyes, and they met mine. She didn't look surprised, she looked peaceful. I think he did too, she whispered. She told me that she'd had a dream, though she used the word dream tentatively. In it, he walked into her room, looking exactly as he had the day they got married. He sat on the edge of her bed and told her that he could finally go now. He told her that she had done a good job, that we were okay, and that he'd seen the man I had become. It was eerie, hearing her confirm the exact timing of his departure. But more than that, I felt seen. I'd spent my life feeling like a sequel to a book that was lost before I could read it. That night, for the first time, I felt like the author came back to check the final draft. Happy birthday to me, I guess. If you were born after 2000, cassette recorders existed. They ate batteries, hissed, and made everything sound like it lived behind glass. That matters because hearing something on tape has a texture to it. It feels recorded into time, like a fossil of sound. It was one of those useless summer nights. My cousin Mark's place always smelled like incense and whatever he'd been frying earlier. The living room had a thrift store couch, a lamp with a crooked shade, and a bookshelf for things that nobody wanted to throw away. 7 of us were there. Me, Mark, Jen and her vintage band tees I always wanted to steal, and 2 biker shop dudes and their girlfriends. They always seemed to find their way there when we were offering pizza. We found this recorder in the closet. Plastic, faux walnut veneer, a little red recording button that glowed when you pushed it. Nobody knew whose it was, and someone said, "Let's record a seance." Half derisive, half hungry for something different, we put the recorder on the coffee table and set it to record. We lit a single candle because rituals took part when there was wax and smoke, right? We pretty much did anything we'd seen. Circle, holding hands, even when it felt funny, and we asked simple questions into the room. Is there anyone here with us? If you are, what's your name? The first time the candle flickered and went out, there was this soft, ordinary puff that made Jen squeal, and 2 people laughed nervously. Nobody heard a voice. Nobody heard footsteps or whispers. The power of the moment was mostly the silence that followed. Someone joked to break the tension, and then we let it die down. But I stayed. There was a smaller group after some left because it was late and they had to work. Nobody pressured anyone. When people got creeped out, they left. But Mark and I and Jen were stubborn. After a while, the mood turned more curious than scared. We drank less and listened to the little clicks on the recorder. At 3 a.m, with the candle melted low, we stopped the experiment because it felt like pushing our luck. We left the recorder sitting on the coffee table with the tape inside. People went to the couch, some to sleep, some to stare at their phones. Around 4, when the kitchen was cooler and the loud ones were gone, Mark propped himself up and said, "Play it back." Sounded like a waste of time at first, but the room did have that hush where anything could be treated as important. We'd stayed awake too long. The tape started with our laughter and the clumsy questions that we'd asked. Then, under the hiss, there's a voice. Not one of ours. It was thin and near, as if someone had put their mouth to the little speaker to speak inside your skull. "Hello," it said. We paused it and rewound and played it again because that's what you do, especially when the sound on the tape should be explainable. The voice answered some of the questions that we had asked earlier. Not everything. It picked and chose. When we'd asked for a name, it offered one, small, ordinary, like the kind a neighbor might have. Tim. When we asked, "Are you dead?" the voice answered simply, "Yes." The voice's replies, they followed our questions exactly. We hadn't heard any of it live, but they were clearly there. The room had been quiet except for that one candle puff. The recorder had captured something that none of us had perceived in the moment. We tried to paper over it. Maybe someone had taped over the cassette earlier with something we didn't know. Maybe the recorder had picked up a stray radio signal. We took the recorder into the kitchen and played the tape through a different speaker. Same voice. We played it on a phone with an adapter. Same voice. Like I said, the voice didn't answer everything. It refused some questions, offered small domestic details for others that made us look at each other because they were too particular. Mark's socks in a shoebox, a dog that used to bark at the gate. Maybe the most interesting part, was the instruction that came before the candle went out. After an exchange of those half questions, a patient, flat voice said, "Stop now." Then, faint but unmistakable on the microphone, there was the sound of a candle exhale. The same soft, final breath that the candle had made hours earlier in the room. We had heard nothing live. The candle had gone out during the seance, we'd all heard that. But we had not heard a voice saying, "Stop now." The tape had both the voice and the candle's little pop. Jen's face went colorless. She was the one who'd found the recorder. She was also the one who, without much drama, said, "Burn it." She wasn't so much asking as she was demanding it. Nobody argued. I don't usually post, but this happened last night, and I can't get it out of my head. I was home alone. My girlfriend's out of town for work. My roommate's visiting family. Just me, the dog, in a quiet street where you usually only see neighbors that you know. It was around 9 p.m., already dark. I had the TV low in the living room when the dog hopped off the couch and stood like a statue at the front door. No barking, just locked in that stiff, alert stance. And that's when I heard, "Hey, you home?" It was my best friend's voice, no question. I've known him since middle school, and I could pick his voice out anywhere. At first I thought maybe he'd flown in as a surprise. Weird, but not impossible. I started to open the door and then hesitated and peeked through the blinds. There was nobody there. Driveway was empty, yard empty. My porch light was on. I should have seen someone walking away. The dog's tail was tucked now, ears pinned back. Then it came again, softer and stretched out. "Hey, you home?" This time it was coming from the driveway. I felt a cold crawl up my back. I shut off the porch light to get a better look into the dark, but there was nothing moving. My dog let out a low growl. She only uses this when she means it. Here's the problem. I text my friend that morning. He's across the country. No car here, no way that he'd be in my driveway. I text him anyway. "Yo, you messing with me?" His reply came quick. "What? What's up, dude?" Before I could even respond to him, "Hey, you home?" Closer now, right outside the steps. I was panicking internally, deciding what my next move would be, when my dog suddenly tore toward the back door, barking like crazy. I peeked through the kitchen window. No one. I called the cops. They showed up about 10 minutes later. By then, there was just silence and no voice. They walked the yard, checked the street. Nothing. Not even footprints in the gravel, tire marks, nothing. One officer suggested I was imagining it, being alone all day, but I know what I heard. It wasn't kind of like my friend's voice. It was him, perfect. Yet, no one was there. And that's the part that keeps me awake. If something out there can sound exactly like someone you trust, what happens when you open the door? I used to work at a hotel bar, and before anyone asks, I'm not naming the hotel, mainly because it's still open and they don't exactly lean into the haunted thing. And honestly, it's one of the most beautiful places I've ever worked. Don't want to tarnish that hardwood polished to a shine, chandeliers that looked like they belonged in an old ballroom, or the lobby that makes you want to whisper when you walk through it. Of course, with a place like that, you don't just inherit the decor, you inherit the history. And this hotel had plenty. Every hotel with a few decades under its belt has a ghost story. But ours had the lady in red. She was the celebrity haunting. Guests swore that they'd see her late at night, sitting at a two-top by the window, or perched at the end of the bar. Red dress, matching lipstick, shoulder-length hair, done up in a style that belonged to another era. People described her as elegant, beautiful, the type of woman to turn heads without trying. The story went that she died in the hotel back in the 1940s. Some said that it was a jealous lover who killed her. Others whispered suicide. Either way, she never checked out. Plenty of guests saw her. "Did you see where that lady just left to suddenly? We were just talking to her." All I could do was nod and pour another drink. It'd be easy to chalk everything up to the lady in red. She's a ghost that you can put on a brochure. But the truth, the hotel was too old, too beautiful, and too full of life for only one story. This place had been around since the 1920s. That means 100 years of guests checking in, birthdays, affairs, honeymoons, breakups, late-night confessions, even a few deaths that made the papers. A building like that doesn't belong to just one spirit, and I think that's why the activity was so varied. My first experience didn't feel like the lady in red at all. It was late, a Monday, quiet as can be. I was polishing glasses and I looked up at a mirrored wall behind the bar. There was a man standing behind me, not a reflection of someone at the bar. The bar stools were empty. This was a man in a suit in wide lapels, old-fashioned cut, something from the 1940s. He was tall, pale, blurred at the edges. I turned around immediately. No one. When I looked back at the mirror, he was gone. If you want to tell me that was the lady in red showing off, fine. But unless she decided to wear a fedora and a suit that night, I don't think it was her. Other bartenders swore about the voices, murmurs that carried in from the lobby when it was empty. Laughter that broke out and then cut off like someone flicked a switch. One guy I worked with swore that he heard his own name being called, clear as day, when he was crouched in the cooler. He popped up expecting to see the manager, but the bar was empty. Lady in red? Maybe. But laughter and men's voices sound like a whole different crowd. And then there was the elevator. Every so often, in the middle of the night, the elevator doors would ding open in the lobby. Empty. Nobody riding it. No button pressed, no call from upstairs, just opening on its own, like it was letting someone out. More than one guest asked me why the elevator felt strange. One woman told me that she was riding down alone when the air turned icy cold. When the door opened to the lobby, she swore that she heard footsteps behind her, even though she was the only one in the car. Here's my theory. The lady in red is the face of it all, the one everyone loves to talk about. But she's not alone, not by a long shot. It's such a beautiful place. I guess I could see why it would be hard to leave behind. You can sit in that lobby with the chandeliers glowing and the piano music drifting in from the corner and almost convince yourself that it's still 1932. Maybe that's why the spirits stick around, because they liked it there, because the place still holds a piece of them. None of them seem to want to harm anyone. Scare us, sure. Remind us they were there, absolutely, but it wasn't malicious. It was more like sharing the space. Like they were saying, we're still here too. I worked there for 3 years. I never saw the lady in red myself. But I believe the guests who did. I believe the servers who heard voices after closing. And I believe what I saw in the mirror that night. When I quit, it wasn't because I was scared of ghosts. It was just time to move on. But I'll say this. That hotel bar wasn't just serving cocktails. It was serving stories. And not all of them came from the living. When I was 8 years old, the woods behind our house felt endless. They ran down a long slope and ended at a narrow, muddy creek that cut right through the trees like a secret path. That creek was basically my whole life. I spent hours there, skipping rocks, building forts, trying to dam the water with sticks and stones. The air always smelled like pine and that damp earth. And when you're a kid, that kind of silence feels safe, especially with home nearby. One summer afternoon, I was knee-deep in the water, stacking rocks when I heard someone call out to me. "Hey, buddy," the voice said. "You okay over there?" It startled me. I hadn't heard anyone approach. I looked up and saw a man standing on the opposite bank. He was tall, wearing an old dark jacket and a wide-brimmed hat. The light behind him made it hard to see his face clearly, just the shape of him and the way he leaned slightly forward, watching me. It was clear. He didn't move closer, he just stood there and said, "You're not supposed to be out here alone, are you? Come on, it's not safe. The water's higher than it looks." I remember thinking that was strange, because the creek barely reached my ankles. I told him I wasn't alone, that my mom was home. He nodded like he already knew that, and then he said, "Your mom ought to be worried. How about we get you out and get you home now?" There was something about his voice, calm but urgent, like he was trying to convince me of something important without scaring me. I hesitated, and he raised a hand, the first movement he'd made. "It's okay," he said. "Just take it slow. Watch your footing." "That's right, just like that." That was the part that sent a chill through me. The way he said it, like he wasn't really talking to me. I wasn't moving. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt cold all over. I turned and I ran through the trees, not stopping until I saw our porch light through the branches. My mom was outside when I burst from the woods. When I told her what happened, she went pale. She called my dad and then the sheriff. They searched the creek, but they found nothing. No footprints or tire tracks. There was no sign of anyone. A few months later, we moved away. My parents said it was for work, but I always suspected it had something to do with that day. I didn't think about it much when we were away. It just became one of those strange childhood memories that didn't make sense anymore. Until a few years ago, when I was going through some boxes of my parents' old things after they'd passed. Among the photos and keepsakes was folded a newspaper clipping. It was from 1947. The headline read, "Local farmer drowns trying to save child at creek." The article said that he'd jumped in after a young boy who'd fallen during the flood. The boy survived, but the man didn't. There was a photo of him, dark jacket, wide-brimmed hat. I sat there staring at the picture because I finally understood. All those years ago, when I was playing by that same creek, I hadn't seen a living man at all. I'd seen the ghost of one, still standing near where he died, calling out the same words he'd spoken in his last moments, not trying to lure someone away, trying to save them. When you're a kid, the world is full of little hidden kingdoms. The crawl space under the porch, the woods behind the elementary school, the unfinished part of a neighbor's basement. For my friends and I, the best one was the space under the rickety aluminum bleachers at the town park. From the outside, it was just a set of benches overlooking a dusty baseball field. But underneath, it was a different world. It was a dusty, shaded cage where the light streamed through the open gaps, creating perfect bars on the ground. It always smelled like dry dirt, spilled soda, and a little bit of rust. It was our fort, our dungeon, our secret hideout. We'd spend hours under there, escaping the summer heat, telling ghost stories, and examining the lost treasures that we'd find. A forgotten baseball, a single rollerblade, a melted action figure. I must have been about 9 years old. It was a Tuesday in the middle of July, one of those scorching, boring afternoons where the air is thick and nothing is happening. My friends were all on vacation with their families, so I'd ridden my bike to the park alone, hoping to find someone to play with. The park was deserted. The only sound was the buzzing cicadas. After a while of doing whatever, I got bored. I decided to check for treasure under the bleachers. I ducked under the lowest bench and crawled into a cool, familiar darkness. The ground was littered with candy wrappers and popsicle sticks, as usual. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw something different. Way in the back, in the deepest, darkest corner where the bleachers met the concrete foundation, there was a neat little pile of things. It wasn't the usual random junk. This was a collection. There was a bright red kickball, a perfectly wound yo-yo, and a baseball glove that looked almost brand new. It was all arranged like a display in a store window. I thought, as a 9-year-old, jackpot. I'd never seen such good stuff back here. I started to crawl towards it, my knees getting dusty. And then I heard a voice. It wasn't loud. It was calm and soft. "See something you like?" I froze in a crawling position. The voice had come from the darkness right next to the pile. I squinted, and a shape slowly resolved itself out of the shadows. It was a man, sitting with his back against the concrete wall, his knees pulled up close to his chest. He was wearing a plain gray t-shirt and jeans. He looked totally normal, like somebody's dad, except for the fact that he was sitting in the dirt under the bleachers in the middle of a weekday. He smiled, and it wasn't a scary smile. It was a friendly one. "It's my collection," he said, his voice still quiet. "I find things people lose. I like to keep them safe." My 9-year-old brain was trying to figure out the situation. I knew about stranger danger, of course, but that was always a guy in a van offering you candy. This was different. This was my place. He was the one who didn't belong. I didn't say anything. I just stared. "That's a good glove, isn't it?" he said, nodding toward the baseball glove. "Hardly used. I bet you play, don't you? You look like a ball player." I just nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. The muffled sound of a car driving down the street outside the park seemed a million miles away. Under here, it was just me and him, and the cicadas buzzing in the background. "You can have it if you want," he said, his smile widening a little. "I'd like you to have it. I just need you to do me a small favor first." I stayed perfectly still. "My back is a little stiff from sitting on this ground," he whispered, his voice becoming even softer. "It's hard for me to reach. Could you just come a little closer and hand me that red ball right next to you?" He hadn't moved a muscle. He was still sitting there, smiling his pleasant, normal smile. But every instinct in my body went off like a fire alarm. It was the way his eyes never left my face. It was the way that he was sitting so far back in the darkest part of the shade. It was the realization that he'd been waiting there, in silence, long before I ever showed up. He'd arranged his trap and was just waiting for a kid to wander into it. I didn't answer. I didn't even say no. I just scrambled backwards, kicking up dust, my heart hammering as I did. I crab walked as fast as I could until I was clear of the lowest bench. Then I got to my feet and ran. I ran and didn't look back. I ran past the empty swings across the baked grass to my bike. And I still didn't stop until I was pedaling my bike so hard the chain was rattling. I never told my parents. I was afraid that I'd get in trouble for being at the park alone. I never went under those bleachers again either. For the rest of the summer, every time I rode my bike past the park, I'd look over at them, feel a cold knot in my stomach. I'd imagine him sitting there in the dark and smiling, waiting. I don't know what would have happened if I'd crawled a few feet closer, but I'm glad I never found out. I was 6 years old when my best friend died. That sentence still feels strange to write even now. 6 is an age where death doesn't make sense yet. You understand that someone is gone, but you don't understand what gone actually means. You expect them to come back after a while, the same way they do when they move or go on vacation. He lived directly across the street from me. Our houses mirrored each other so closely that our bedroom windows faced one another. At night, if our lights were on, we could see silhouettes moving back and forth. During the day, we'd knock on the glass or wave when we were supposed to be doing homework or getting ready for bed. The night he was shot, everything changed in a way that felt immediate and permanent. Adults spoke in low voices. Police cars lined the street. My parents wouldn't let me outside. The house across the street from ours went dark. For a long time after that, I didn't understand why I couldn't just walk across the street and knock on his door like always. What I did understand, what I knew with certainty that only a child has, was that he wasn't really gone. I could feel it. Sometimes at night, I would wake up and I'd see movement in the window across the street. Not clearly, just the suggestion of someone there, a shape, a flicker of light. The feeling that I wasn't alone in the way people mean when they say they're being watched, but in a way that felt familiar, comforting. When I told my parents, they were gentle but firm. They told me it was grief, that my mind was trying to make sense of something really big, and that kids imagine things when they're sad. I believed them, mostly, but there was a part of me that knew better. Not in a way I can really explain, just in the quiet, unquestionable way that kids accept the world as it presents itself. Years passed. A new family moved in the house across the street. I remember watching them unpack, noticing how the windows were lit again. For a while, everything seemed normal. But then, something was off. That family stayed for a little less than 2 years and moved out abruptly. Later, through the neighborhood conversations and overheard adult talk, I learned why. They claimed that they heard a child laughing inside the house. Not outside in the street, but inside. They would mention footsteps, doors that felt watched, the sense that someone small was moving through the space when no one should have been there. After they left, another family came, then another. None of them stayed long. Some lasted a couple of years, some barely made it a few months. There were long stretches where the house sat empty, curtains drawn, lawn overgrown. The windows, once the center of my childhood, dark again. And then I was just older, old enough to know how these stories sound, old enough to understand how easily grief can rewrite memories. Old enough to dismiss what I once believed as imagination. But here's the thing. Even as I grew up, that feeling never went away. Whenever I came home, after moving out, after college, after life pulled me farther from the street, I would look at that house, and I would feel the same calm certainty that I felt when I was a child. And this feeling, it's not fear or sadness. It's presence. I've thought a lot about why children seem more open to these experiences. I don't think it's because they're naive per se. I think it's because they don't yet know all the reasons not to believe something. They don't need proof. They don't demand explanations or question themselves. They don't label experiences as impossible just because they don't fit into neat categories. They accept what feels true. They accept the world as it is. As a child, I didn't question why my best friend would still be there. Of course he was. That was his house. That was our street. That was where his laughter belonged. And maybe that's why, even now, the idea of him being there doesn't frighten me. I don't imagine him trapped or restless or lonely, and I don't think he's trying to scare anyone. I think he's just there. existing in the place he loved, in the way he knows how, watching over the street, watching over me. Some people believe that spirits linger because there's unfinished business or they're angry or lost, but I don't believe that's always true. I think sometimes they stay because love doesn't disappear just because a life does. And I think kids with their open hearts and unguarded belief can sense that in a way adults forgot how to. I don't live on that street anymore, but whenever I pass through town, I still glance toward that house. Sometimes it's occupied, sometimes it's empty, sometimes the windows catch the light just right. And every now and then I feel that same reassurance that I felt when I was small. Like someone I loved never really left. And honestly, I'm glad I believed it then, and I'm glad I still do now. This happened when I was in college, working for our campus newspaper. I wasn't anything special there, just one of the editors who stayed late more than I probably should have. It was a role that I started off thinking it'll be a few hours a week, and then suddenly I'm the person locking up at night because no one else wants to stay that late. Our office was in the oldest building on campus. It had been there long before anything else. What I can say is that it always felt colder than it should, no matter the time of year. There was a story about it, too. Everyone knew it, even if no one really talked about it seriously. During the Civil War, the building had been used as a hospital for Union soldiers. Temporarily, from what I understood, but long enough that a number of men died there. And supposedly, some of them just never left. I never really believed that. It's one of those things people said to make the place feel older than it already did, setting up spooky stories for an atmosphere that's just naturally perfect for spooky sounds. All in good fun, I assume. Easy to think until something happens to you. I was finishing up a layout in the media center, which sat toward the back of the building. It was one of the last rooms that you'd pass before the hallway turned toward a rear exit. By the time I wrapped up, it was pretty late, later than even I thought it was. It was quiet, but it usually is at night. I shut down my computer, packed my bag, grabbed my keys, but I felt that unshakable awareness suddenly that I wasn't alone. There wasn't a sound or footsteps, it was just a feeling. I told myself that it was nothing, that I'd just been there too long, and I was tired. My brain was filling the silence in with something that it didn't need to. Still, I turned and looked toward the hallway. Empty. The lights were still on out there, casting that gold-yellow glow down the length of the corridor. No movement or shadows, but the feeling didn't go away. If anything, it got worse, more focused. I decided that I didn't want to leave alone. I grabbed my phone and called campus security. I tried to sound as normal as possible, like I was just being cautious because it was late. The officer on the other end didn't question it, just said that he'd head over to meet me at the parking lot entrance. That made me feel a little bit better. At least I had somewhere to go. I slung my bag over my shoulder, grabbed my keys, and headed toward the door. There were 2 exits from the media center. One led directly into the main hallway. The other cut through a smaller side corridor that connected to the same place, just a few feet down. I don't know why, but I hesitated before choosing, like it mattered, like one of them was wrong. I shook it off and walked toward the closer door, the one that opened directly into the hallway. There was a small window in it, just enough to see out before you step through. I reached for the handle, and I saw a man. He was close enough that if I had opened the door, I would have been face to face with him. He was just staring straight at me through the glass. He was dressed in something old, not a costume, just old. A dark coat, and on his head a blue cap, flat, slightly rounded, sitting low. I didn't really know what it was at the time. Not really. I thought I was seeing a man, but I remember thinking it wasn't quite a man. Familiar in a way I couldn't place, but not right. What I did notice, what I took away, was his eyes. They started normal, but they became black. Not dark colored, just black. Like there was nothing behind them. I remember freezing, not opening the door. It's hard to say how long I stood there like that, how long we stood there. Me on one side of the door, him on the other. He never reacted. He didn't blink or move, just watched or stared. Something about that, the way that he was standing there, like he'd been there before I even got to the door. I suddenly realized that he wasn't passing by or lost. He wasn't even there in the same way that a normal person would be there. I decided I didn't want to disrupt whatever was happening there, but I needed to move. I decided to back away, slowly at first, but then faster, turning and heading for the other exit. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if he had moved or if he was still there. I just went out the corridor, into the main hall, and straight toward the rear exit that led to the parking lot. The whole time, I felt it again. That same awareness, but now it wasn't just that I wasn't alone. It was that something knew exactly where I was, or was possibly aware of me. I pushed through the door, and I stepped outside. The cold air was nice. For a second, everything felt normal. Like I had just imagined the entire thing. The officer was already pulling up when I got there. He stepped out of the car, took one look at me and asked if I was okay, wondering if I was going to be sick. I must have looked pale. I don't know what came over me, but I told him what I saw. I tried to explain it as clearly as I could, where the man was in the building, what he was wearing, the way he looked at me. When I mentioned the cap, he paused, just slightly. He told me that he would definitely go in and check it out before we went back. But he wanted me to know that I wasn't the first one to report exactly that. I just stared at him, but he went on, like it was just information he'd given out before. Said to be one of the soldiers, he said to me, from when this place was used as a hospital. He glanced back toward the building and then added almost casually, he likes to walk. I asked him, what? And he said, people see him going up and down the sidewalk out front, like he's still on watch or marching. I didn't spend as many late nights in that building, not after that. I wasn't exactly afraid, but it was uneasy. Who likes to work under those conditions? I was definitely never alone. I stopped laughing off the stories after that too, just agreeing with them instead. Because seeing as security never found anybody in the building, I guess what I saw wasn't just passing through. It was exactly where it was supposed to be and had been seen many times before. But I can't shake the feeling that if I'd opened that door, it wouldn't have moved. It would have just been there. He would have been there. And what would have happened? I don't know. But I was certainly too chicken to ever find out. I've never been a believer in the supernatural, but there are moments when you simply can't ignore the presence of certain things around you. Apologies if this story turns out to be a bit lengthy. I moved to a hostel for my studies, which happened to be located right next to a railway line, and the constant rattling noise of passing trains would always disturb us, shaking our windows and such. My room was on the 4th floor. I shared it with 2 other people. I distinctly remember that after about 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I began hearing a disturbing screeching sound during the night. At first, that's all it seemed to be, a screech. But one of my roommates mentioned that if you listened closely, it sort of sounded like the screeching of a woman, not a machine. Initially, we brushed it off. Sure, we'd all heard it, but we assumed it was just one of the girls staying in the hostel. However, as the nights went by, the sound continued, always at night. So much so that even the simple task of getting water became a dreaded one. I still had the courage to endure it, especially on those hot nights when water was a must. Though, I always felt as if someone was walking alongside me. The haunting experiences continued. One roommate ended up moving out, leaving just two of us. But that prompted me to move to a ground floor with a friend. I felt bad, but outside of offering my other roommate to join, I didn't really have a choice. I needed to get out of that room. I didn't know what awaited me there would leave a permanent mark on my memory. Every day, and I do mean every day, I would catch the sight of a lady standing in the corner of my room, quietly observing me. She never approached me, just watched. She'd almost always disappear the moment I tried to make eye contact. Otherwise, she was constantly in my peripheral vision. These encounters led to sleepless nights filled with lots of confusion and a sure sense of helplessness. I had no idea what to do or who to confide in. My old roommates had all but abandoned their rooms. My friend seemed to never be home. And the warden, well, they weren't initially any help either. Not at first. I was stuck. Then, one night, I narrowly escaped a heart attack. As I was laying in bed, on the verge of falling asleep, I turned over and caught a glimpse of a small child, sitting and staring at me. This was new. It was an unsettling sight, one that paralyzed me with fear. I eventually mustered the courage to reach out my hand, hoping it was just a hallucination. But to my horror, the child remained there. Finally, I decided to approach the warden again, this time sharing my experiences in full. Who cares if she thought I was crazy? Maybe she'd be forced to find me somewhere else to live. Ultimately, that's what I wanted. To my surprise, she responded with a calm understanding. She revealed that she herself was not a believer in such paranormal activities. She'd never experienced anything herself. However, she shared a haunting tale from the past. A train accident that claimed the lives of many and severely injured many more on the very same railway line behind the hostel. Since that tragedy, people had consistently reported similar encounters to the warden. She advised me to remain strong, not to let these experiences overpower me. The same advice she'd given others who she promised went on to enjoy their time in the hostel. So that summer, I took her advice. I stopped considering what I saw as scary, and instead, I looked at it as a glimpse into the past. Perhaps I was lucky. After all, not everyone gets to experience paranormal activity so vividly. But I do think that when a tragedy like that takes place, it's incredibly possible for spirits to wander. The woman remained in the corner of the room almost until I moved out. I also continued hearing screeching, but over time, I decided that it was the sound of a train on the tracks, combined with the sound of screaming. It sounds awful, I know, but when you're hearing these sounds nightly, you really can't help but dissect what they could be. Oddly enough, once I'd really identified what it was, I didn't hear it anymore. I never did see the little boy again, but I often wish that I would have had a different response when I first captured a glimpse of him. Possibly I scared him by appearing so afraid myself. Either way, I hope those spirits found peace, and if their peace was remaining in that hostel, I hope future guests since the 80s have been more welcoming. Our house was built in 1999 on farmland, and there doesn't seem to be any reason why we'd have paranormal experiences. No cemetery nearby, no one that died in the house, etc. But soon after my daughter and I moved in, she noticed that there were young energies downstairs. One night as she lay in bed trying to sleep, she felt something snuggle behind her, resting an arm across her shoulder. She thought this one felt like a little girl. Other people felt this energy too and thought it was lonely or sad. There was also an incident in the hallway outside of my daughter's bedroom. She'd gotten up to use the bathroom and felt a hand on her back, pushing her. She thought that this energy was male, maybe 12 years old, mischievous. After my husband and his daughter moved in, we started noticing strange things upstairs as well. One day while I was showering, I turned around to rinse the shampoo out of my hair, and something turned the shower handle all the way to hot. Yet I hadn't touched it or bumped it. A couple of months later, it happened again, but this time I saw the handle itself move without human intervention, and that shouldn't be possible. Of course, no one was there. During this same time period, I was splashed with cold water as I walked out of the main bathroom. I felt it splash across my cheek, shoulder, all over my hand and up my forearm, but no water was on my skin. We were definitely creeped out. My husband put up his cross. We were going through the house. He was saying prayers, even though he doesn't believe in ghosts. After the kids moved out, things quieted down a lot. The quote-unquote haunted area extends about 20 by 10 feet and is on both floors. It includes the kitchen, a bathroom upstairs, and one bedroom, the laundry room, hallway, and bathroom downstairs. Our dog won't go into these areas, not even if you put a piece of steak on the floor. I often hear things fall from the shelves downstairs, but the cat sleeps beside me. Someone or something has strummed my husband's guitar when I was here alone. When my youngest was home from university last summer, the only incident we had was someone saying her name in a loud whisper, right behind her as she walked from the bathroom to her bedroom. She left at the end of August, and everything seemed fine until a few months ago. My husband was downstairs and stopped to play with our boy kitty, Jake. He had balled up a piece of tinfoil in his hand and decided to see how high Jake would jump to catch it. He stood just outside the laundry room, bent over slightly, showed Jake what he had in his hand before releasing it and tossing it over. The tinfoil sailed about 3 feet away before it bounced off something invisible and came back in his direction. Confused, he picked it up again and tossed it. It hit something invisible halfway across and dropped like dead weight to the floor. Since this happened, I've tried contacting local paranormal investigators and they replied to my email but haven't followed up since. I'm updating this to include an incident that happened yesterday morning. My mom moved in with us a few years ago and has Alzheimer's. For the last while, she's been bedridden and requires extra care. So every morning, 2 healthcare aides arrive to bathe her, change her clothes, etc. They follow a simple routine that includes small tubs of soapy water. These are set on a side table so that they can bathe her in her bed. After getting everything ready, they place the little tubs on the table near the head of the bed and move down to the foot to straighten out the blankets and get the towels ready. Both healthcare aides were startled when the table suddenly started to move on one side. One described it as though someone had leaned against it or pushed it down, causing both tubs to slide off the table, hitting the carpet, cracking the plastic, and spilling soapy water all over the floor. When I returned to the house, one of the girls asked me if I'd had any ghosts lately. because those tubs weren't big enough or heavy enough to make the table lean like that. They claimed that they weren't too close to the edge, as both of them saw them slide across before going over. I can't imagine the wind doing that. And the cat was sleeping in my bedroom with the door closed. There's always something going on that's hard to explain. We were traveling in Fiji on a tight budget and found a hostel with a price significantly lower than all the rest. We booked it immediately and got in the room. It was a bit grim, but did the job. The man on reception looked a bit surprised that we were there, but I didn't notice this to be a bad thing. The thing I did notice is that there were just no other guests in the lobby, no noise in the corridors. It was deserted. Perhaps he was just surprised to see guests at all. Fast asleep, both my boyfriend and I were suddenly woken up to the most terrible noise of a woman screaming. Really screaming, like in pain or some sort of scared to death noise. It was like it was in the walls, all around us. It lasted long enough for us to really wake up and hear it, and not to think it was a dream or just a loud noise we'd misinterpreted. Then it stopped. I was absolutely terrified. I was ready to leg it out of that door and down the road. After a little bit, I calmed down some. My boyfriend told me perhaps a gecko got into the air conditioning. There was no air conditioning, and also, that's ridiculous. But I was so tired, I told myself that must have been it, and eventually went back to sleep. The next morning felt very, very creepy. And this is in the daylight, in a beautiful, hot country, not something you associate with creepy feelings. Neither of us said anything. We just packed up our stuff and got the hell out of there, even though we paid for another night. We went to a nearby travel agent, not really sure what we were doing. The lady was lovely and booked us into a bureau a bit further out of the city. Then she asked where we'd been staying, and we told her the name of the hostel. She looked at us like she'd seen a ghost. She said there had been a terrible, terrible murder at that hostel the previous summer, and 3 women were killed. She told us everyone says it's haunted, and no one stays there. Well, it certainly explains the almost free price. This was about 15 years ago, but I keep a travel diary, and this is what I found under that date. We learned that our hostel had been the scene of a horrific murder a few years back. The night before, a horrific scream had woke me up, despite wearing earplugs. Very scary. Up until this moment, I hadn't really experienced a lot of death. But unfortunately, I've killed a man. My boyfriend wanted a steam cleaner, and I wanted to pick up a few things from Walmart. It was around 8 p.m. when I departed. Little did I know, this would be the biggest mistake of my 22 years of living. I arrived at Walmart safely. I picked up the steam cleaner and a few other silly items, home decor, cleaning supplies, etc. After checking out, I headed home. My drive went smoothly, up until I was a block away from home. It was around 9:45 p.m. at this time, and I was literally just thinking, I almost made it home. I was traveling around 35, 40 miles an hour. The streetlights are very dim on this road, and at night, you can rarely see what's in front of you. I see a red car parked on the opposite side of the road, but since this road is very scenic during the day, I really didn't think too much of it. And that's when I heard the horrifying thud. Ba-dunk, ba-dunk, ba-dunk. I slammed on my brakes. As soon as I opened the door, I hear the blood-curdling screams. A man is running towards my SUV, which I later find out that it's his son. He rips his tank top off. He starts calling me a bitch, informs me that I just killed his dad. His brother followed. I immediately start screaming. I still couldn't see the father. I ran up to the red car, and his two sons start to hug me and inform me, "Ma'am, you didn't do anything wrong. There was a family altercation, and he wanted to die. We called an ambulance for him to get some help." I'm still screaming as they explain this. I come upon his body, sitting in a pool of blood. Within minutes, a policeman pulls up. He immediately starts rendering aid. Minutes later, an ambulance pulls up. I'm still in shock. They started to do CPR before putting his barely alive body in the ambulance. He was life-flighted to a local hospital. It turns out that his body was laying between the two streetlights, and from his chest up was laying in my lane, face down, wearing a black sweatshirt against black pavement. He told his ex-wife, who was at the scene, that he wanted to kill himself because she did not want him back. I wonder why the ex-wife wouldn't put her car in front of the body. I wonder why the two sons couldn't seem to move him from my lane. I wonder why it had to have been me. The man was pronounced dead upon arrival. I'm 22 years old. What could I have done that was so wrong that I deserve to live with that for the rest of my life? I'll never stop replaying the horrifying sound from running the man's body over, the blood-curdling shrieks, the image of the man laying in a pool of his own blood. I don't know if I'll ever be able to live with myself. I'm not exactly sure if this is paranormal, but I did have one moment that I can only explain as non-religious awe at witnessing what the soul of a person looks like. We, as EMTs and paramedics, accompany death all the time. We're present as we treat people who die in the midst of treatment, and we switch to resuscitation protocols and carry on, or we arrive on scene to find people who are clinically dead and occasionally resuscitate them to being clinically alive, sometimes even to the point of consciousness and responsiveness. But I had one patient whose death impacted me in a way that changed my life. He was assaulted in the restroom of a porn theater. He was viciously sexually assaulted, stabbed multiple times in the chest and abdomen, and several of his fingers were cut off to steal his rings. We weren't far from the hospital, so we scooped him up and took off. I was treating him en route, starting 2 large bore IVs, sealing up the pneumothorax, dressing the other wounds, etc., keeping up the professional babble, something like, "It's going to be okay. We're headed to the best trauma center in the area. You hold on now. Okay? You just keep breathing. Slow and deep. We've got this. You just hold on for me. You're doing great. Blah, blah." Suddenly, he grabbed my arm and said, "Please stop. I'm scared. I don't want to die alone. Just hold my hand, please." I'll never forget that. I was stunned. I stopped, sat on the bench, and held his hand. His eyes locked with mine, and as he took several agonal breaths, I watched his eyes change. 1 second, he was human, and then, inexplicably, he was not. I know that for anyone who's seen the eyes of a dead person, you can recognize them for what they were. But I've never been consciously present with a patient in that fraction of a moment when their eyes, the windows to the soul, emptied, and that person ceased to exist. It was scary and awesome, in the true sense of the word, and a sense of horror to accompany him as he left. I simply will never find the words to express that feeling. It kind of shook me because I'd gotten into this line of work after my mom died. I was never raised with religion or any kind of faith in something bigger than us. When a person died, their body decomposed, and only memories of them kept them alive. But now I wondered, Was my mom somewhere out there in the ether? Did her soul still exist somewhere? When I dreamed of her, was her presence real? So that experience changed my life, made me question so much about death and life, where one begins and the other ends. Is it paranormal? I don't know. My aunt was in the hospital, and I was 17, alone in her house trying to hold everything together. Her place wasn't unfamiliar to me. I'd spent enough time there over the years that I knew which stair creaked and how the back door stuck in the humidity. But knowing a house and living alone in it are totally different things. Without her there, the rooms felt bigger than they should have. I kept the television on more than I needed to. My car had been in the shop for about a week, so I'd fallen into a routine. Up before 5, out the door while it was still dark, 2 buses to get to work, 2 buses back. The morning route especially had a specific loneliness to it. Standing under a streetlight before the rest of the world was awake. I'd gotten used to it mostly. One evening on the ride home, something shifted in me that I couldn't explain. It wasn't a thought exactly, more like a weight that dropped into my chest without warning. I sat on that bus convinced that something was wrong with my aunt. By the time I got inside, I had my phone out, calling the hospital, calling family. Everyone told me the same thing. She was stable. She was resting. Nothing had changed. I had no reason to feel what I was feeling. I went to bed eventually, though I didn't feel entirely settled. I told myself that it was stress of the week catching up to me, and I closed my eyes. What happened next? I've spent a long time trying to find the right words for. I became aware of a presence beside my bed, not with a jolt, not with fear. It was closer to the way that you notice warmth when you step into the sunlight. I opened my eyes and there was a man standing near my bedside table. He was old, but no one I recognized, and he seemed to be made of something other than what people are made of. The best I can describe it is light, not blinding, just present, the way a candle holds its own against a dark room. He looked at me with complete calm and asked me to listen. I wasn't afraid. I know how strange that sounds, but fear never entered the room with him. My attention went to him fully, the way you give your attention to someone who you know, without explanation, means you no harm. He told me not to go to work in the morning. Then he turned and pointed toward the window. He said, "Danger was waiting outside." He said it again, "Don't go to work." And then, between one blink and the next, he was simply gone. The room went dark in a way that hadn't felt dark before he came. I lay there while my eyes adjusted, and that's when I understood I hadn't been asleep. There was no dream to surface from, no grogginess or disorientation. I was fully awake. My mind clear, my heart steady. I checked my phone. I was 15 minutes ahead of my alarm. I called my cousin. She listened and told me gently that I'd been dreaming, that the stress of being alone and worrying about my aunt had gotten into my sleep. I didn't argue with her, but I also couldn't let it go. Something in me, the same thing that had dropped into my chest on the bus, was pulling me toward that window. I asked her to stay on the phone with me while I looked. She agreed, probably expecting nothing. I crossed the room and looked outside. There was someone in the trees nearest the garage door, still, half hidden, watching the house. My garage door was the door I left from every morning before 5, in the dark, alone. I told my cousin what I was seeing. She put me on hold to call 911. While I waited, I moved to the side window. That's when I saw a second person, positioned behind the hedge at the end of the driveway, tucked back like a contingency plan. like someone who expected a person might run. I disconnected and called out of work. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My cousin called back to tell me the police were on their way. Fortunately, the officers came without sirens, and from my window, I watched two men break from their positions and run as the patrol cars rolled onto the street. One car went after them. An officer on foot followed. Another came to the door and sat with me inside until word came through that both men had been apprehended. It makes me sick that they weren't charged with anything that stuck in the end, but the officers who spoke with me didn't mince words. They advised that our family install security cameras immediately and committed to increasing patrols on the street. The cameras went up within a week, and nothing happened again. But I do think about that man beside my bed more than I think about the men outside. The police, the calls, the cameras, all of that has an explanation, but he doesn't. All I know is that I was 17, alone, and someone made sure I didn't walk out that door for the last time. I've been a fan of your show for years, and I thought it's time I write. Life moves fast, and I'm usually chasing time rather than catching it, but this is something that stayed with me for a while, and lately I've felt a quiet nudge to finally put it into words. This happened a few years ago, while I was living in an apartment filled, quite literally, with history. I sell antiques and vintage items on eBay, so my home has always been full of old furniture, artwork, religious objects, and small curios that I've collected over time. Nothing felt unusual about that. It was simply the texture of my daily life. One afternoon, I had my armoire open, and I was sorting through a jewelry box where I kept several religious trinkets, rosaries, and medals that I'd acquired over the years. I mention this because perhaps it had something to do with what happened to me next. Back then, I also had 4 rescued cats. They followed me everywhere. If you've ever lived with happy cats, you know the look. Tails lifted high, curved at the tip like a question mark. Wherever I went, there they were, paddling along behind me like a strange little procession. While I was standing at the armoire, I became aware of a sound, one that hadn't been there before. It was a long, grinding noise, mechanical. It would go on for a few seconds and then stop abruptly, only to start again. I froze. My first thought was oddly specific. A bird stuck in the fireplace flew. That had happened once before, and it sounded similar. Scraping, stopping, starting again. Still, despite trying to reason with myself, fear settled into me fast and heavy. I closed the armoire, set the relics aside, and began to move slowly toward the sound. The cats followed at first, but their tails were no longer relaxed. They were puffed up now, their bodies low and tense. One of them darted ahead of me, toward my stepson Gregory's room. The moment he reached the doorway, he reacted in a way that I'd never seen before. Scrambling backward, as if he'd hit an invisible wall. Claws scrambling for purchase before he fled. That was when I looked into the room. It was late afternoon, but his room was dark, with just a weak bit of sunlight leaking through. I gasped at what I saw. Gregory's remote-control toy Bronco was driving itself. Its headlights were on, bright in the dim room, and the toy was moving with intent, rolling forward, crashing into toys, reversing when it got stuck, then changing direction and going again, over and over. That grinding sound was the Bronco's wheels and motor, stopping and starting in deliberate cycles. I stood there, unable to move. My blood felt cold. I remember thinking very clearly, That if the batteries were dying, the toy wouldn't behave like that. It wouldn't navigate obstacles. It wouldn't reverse on purpose. The cats had vanished. I was alone in the doorway, watching something that made no sense. It felt like there was ice in my chest. Is this a poltergeist? I thought. Eventually, I broke out of my paralysis long enough to grab my phone and call my husband, Hal. I was shaking, struggling to explain what I was seeing. He did his best to calm me, though there wasn't much he could do from work. It was too cold to leave the apartment, or I would have gone outside and waited for him. When Hal finally came home, the first thing he did was inspect the toy. There were no batteries in it. Not in the Bronco. Not even in the remote. Even stranger, the remote itself was found in the fireplace. And even if it had worked, it was too far away from the toy to explain what I'd seen. I tried to tell myself that this was an isolated incident. Terrifying, yes, but singular. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it might connect to something else that I'd experienced the year before. About a year earlier, Hal and I temporarily moved into the master bedroom while the sunroom was being repaired. We didn't bother assembling the bed frame, since it wasn't meant to be long-term. Instead, we slept on a mattress on the floor. One night, I woke up feeling strange, off in my body, as if something had shifted while I slept. I sat up and opened my eyes. I scanned the room curiously, looking for the reason my sleep was interrupted. There was a little boy kneeling beside Hal. He was glowing softly, not brightly, but unmistakably so. And he was watching my husband with intense focus. The image startled me, but I immediately told myself that it was nothing more than a half-dream, a trick of sleep. When the boy turned and looked at me, I remember choosing very deliberately to lie back down and fall asleep rather than investigating further. At the time, I dismissed it entirely. After the Bronco incident, though, that memory resurfaced with new weight. There was one more event that made it harder to ignore. Sometimes Gregory would get scared in his room and ask to sleep beside us on the floor. We always welcomed him. Near where we slept were short, anchored bookshelves filled with large art books, heavy volumes, neatly arranged and never overstuffed. One morning we woke up to find a tidy stack of those books placed directly above Gregory's head. Not fallen, stacked. There was no plausible way that they could have ended up that way. No one remembered waking. No sound had disturbed any of us, and yet there they were, positioned in a way that felt deliberate. After the Bronco incident, I shared my thoughts with Hal, that perhaps all three events were connected, that maybe and possibly a childlike presence had attached itself to him, and that Gregory's presence stirred something protective or jealous. Hal is a deeply rational, science-minded person, but between the battery-less toy and the physics-defying stack of books, and what we both had witnessed, even he admitted that he couldn't fully explain it. It's been years now. Nothing else has happened. Our lives have changed. Our relationship went through difficult, uncertain periods before settling into something calm and steady. The apartment, once heavy with tension, now feels warm and peaceful. If there was something with us, it seems to be gone. I don't know what to believe. Maybe it was coincidence layered upon coincidence. Stress and environment and sleep did strange things to perception. Or maybe, just maybe, something was there for a time and then moved on. So, I'll leave it to you and to your listeners. Ghost boy or coincidence? Who knows, really? Just to be clear, I'm not someone who goes around looking for paranormal. I don't mess with occult stuff, and I don't collect haunted objects or believe that every old thing has a spirit attached to it. If anything, I'm the person who tries to rationalize too much. That's probably why this took me so long to accept it for what it was. This happened about 12 years ago, not long after my grandmother died. We were close, closer than I realized until she was gone. She raised me for a few years when my parents were struggling, and a lot of my memories of childhood are tied to her house. When we cleaned it out after her death, most of the furniture was sold or donated. I didn't really want much, just a few keepsakes. But there was one thing that I kept coming back to, a chair that sat in the corner of her living room. It was old, solid wood, dark finish, high back with worn armrests, polished smooth by decades of use. That chair was hers. She sat in it every evening without fail, reading, watching TV, just sitting quietly with her hands folded. I don't remember ever seeing anyone else sit in it. Something about leaving it behind felt wrong, so I brought it home. And at first, it was just a nice chair to remind me of her. I put it in my bedroom near the window. I told myself that it made sense and that it was comforting, familiar, a connection to her. I'd sit in it sometimes before bed, scrolling on my phone or reading, thinking about nothing in particular. And the first strange thing, it didn't feel strange at all. I woke up one morning sitting in the chair. I remember blinking in confusion, my neck stiff, my legs numb, trying to figure out how long I'd been there. I assumed I'd gotten up in the night and sat down without remembering. I was under a lot of emotional stress at the time, grieving, not sleeping well. It happened again a few nights later, and then again, and again. Always the same way, waking up upright, hands resting in my lap, feet flat on the floor, not slumped, not uncomfortable, almost arranged. Each morning after, my body felt heavier, not sore exactly, just weighed down, like gravity was pulling harder than it should. I started waking up exhausted. Even times when I remembered sleeping through the night. I told myself that grief does strange things to the body, and it does. But what bothered me more was how natural it started to feel. I stopped questioning waking up in the chair. I'd just sigh, stand up slowly, and go about my morning. That realization that I accepted it so quickly, it still gets my stomach in knots. The dreams started around that time, the acceptance. They weren't nightmares, that's important. They were quiet. I dreamed that I was sitting somewhere dark and familiar, listening to someone speak just behind me, not loudly or threatening, more like instructing, reminding. I never remembered the words when I woke up, just the feeling that I'd agreed to something. I began to feel protective of the chair, and that's another thing that I didn't notice right away. Friends would come over and comment on it, how old it looked, how uncomfortable it probably was. Once, someone jokingly asked if they could sit in it. The reaction that rose up in me was instant and visceral. I said no, too quickly, too sharply. They laughed it off, but I remember my heart racing and my hands sweating. I told myself I just didn't want it damaged, that it was sentimental. But why did I react that way? But deep down, it felt more like a requirement than a preference. The chair was not for them. The mornings, they kept getting worse. My limbs felt sluggish. My chest was truly tight, like I'd spent the night bracing myself without realizing it. I started noticing faint pressure marks on my arms where they rested on the chair's wooden supports. One morning, I woke up and I couldn't stand right away. It was like something was pressing down on my shoulders and holding me in place. securing me not violently but patiently. I sat there, breathing shallowly, waiting for the feeling to pass, and eventually it did. That was the first time I thought, this isn't normal. The breaking point was probably a few weeks later. I don't remember falling asleep at all that night. I just remember waking up and realizing that the chair had been turned slightly. It wasn't facing the window anymore. It was facing the bed. I was sitting in it, staring at the place where my body should have been. And that's when the thought finally surfaced. This isn't where I rest. This is where something waits. I stood up slowly, every movement feeling as though it might break my limbs, and I dragged the chair out of the room. It was heavier than it had been, which is likely because I was so weak. I put it in the garage. It was a heavy trip, but it was worth it. It was like the moment I put it out there and said, no more, no thank you. That night, the dream stopped immediately as I slept in my own bed. The heaviness faded over the next few days, and once I got rid of the chair entirely, the feeling was gone. I started waking up feeling like myself again, like my body belonged to me. I didn't sell that chair or donate it. I ended up throwing it away. There was something about passing it along to someone that felt irresponsible, but also it felt like my grandmother was connected to that chair. And I don't mean that in a way to say that I'm going to get rid of my grandmother. I just mean that that was her chair. And I think that it should go with her. And maybe that's the entire reason that the chair never really settled with me to begin with. At least I'd like to think so. Otherwise, it's just like my grandma had a cursed chair, and I don't know how to feel about that. My grandmother was not a sentimental woman. She didn't keep things for the sake of keeping them, didn't assign meanings to objects the way that some people do. So when she died and we gathered at her house for the first time without her, my mother, my two aunts, my cousin Reese, and I, the expectation was a practical exercise. Sort, divide, donate, be done by the weekend. The mirror was in the back bedroom, the one that she'd kept closed for the longest time. None of us could remember it being open. It was this tall, freestanding mirror. The frame was this dark wood carved into shapes that none of us could identify with any confidence. Botanical, maybe, or something that had started as botanical and been altered by whoever made it into something less natural. The glass was perfect, not foxed or clouded the way old mirrors go. The clear and sharpness, it was there, reflecting the room back with an accuracy that felt slightly excessive for something that old. My Aunt Donna wanted it immediately. Nana had good taste, she said, and the mirror was beautiful. And she had a wall in her hallway that needed something exactly that size. My mother said nothing. She was looking at the mirror with an expression that I didn't have a name for at the time. We loaded it into Donna's car the following morning. She called 3 days later. Her voice had a quality that I'd never heard in it before. Flat, the way that it didn't belong to her. The way that a voice goes when someone is working very hard to sound normal. She told us what had happened in order, like someone reading from notes. The first night, she woke up at 3 a.m. with the absolute certainty that someone was standing behind her. She lives alone in her house. She lay still for 20 minutes before she was able to move. And when she checked every room, there was no one there. The second night, her dog, a retriever that she'd had for 6 years, steady-tempered, not given to anxiety, refused to enter the hallway where the mirror hung, sat at the hallway entrance and wouldn't move. When she tried to coax him through, he backed away, hit the wall behind him, and stayed there, pressed against it, until she closed the hallway door. The third night, she got up for water at 2 a.m., past the hallway. The mirror was dark, not reflecting the hallway, not reflecting her, not reflecting anything, just dark. A rectangle of absolute black in the frame, where the light from the kitchen fell normally on everything around it. She stood there long enough to be certain that she was awake and seeing what she was seeing. Then she went back to bed, lay there until morning, and called us. We drove to her house that afternoon, all of us without discussion, everyone arriving within an hour of each other, the way my family usually does when something is actually wrong. The mirror was back to normal by then, clear and sharp, reflecting the hallway the same slightly excessive accuracy it had before. The dog was in the garden. It wouldn't come inside. My mother looked at it for a long time. Then she said quietly that she remembered why the back bedroom had been locked, that she had asked her mother once, years ago, why she kept it closed, that her mother had only said, "Some things are better contained than removed." We wrapped the mirror in moving blankets, drove it 40 minutes out of town, and left it by a dumpster. Nobody said much on the way back. Donna's dog came inside that evening for the first time in 3 days, went straight to the hallway, sniffed the empty wall where it had hung, and walked away. My mother hasn't talked about it since. When I've tried to ask what she thinks her mother knew about it, she changes the subject with a speed and finality that is itself a kind of answer. There are things I still want to know. Where the mirror came from originally, what my grandmother had seen in it, or what had seen her, and why. Why did she keep it, rather than doing what we did? Whether keeping it was a form of protection or a form of penance, or something else entirely that I don't have the framework to understand. I think about that back bedroom door, locked for decades, though, for reasons that she took with her. And I guess some things are better contained than removed. I'm not sure that she was wrong. I was homeless in my 20s thanks to a gambling addiction, but then I found a job cleaning up at an old bar in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to avoid the casino's call. There were only 5 or 6 customers at any given time, and they were all too old and drunk to cause any trouble. That being said, I'm not sure how the place stayed open, but I got paid, and that's all that mattered. They closed at 2 a.m., and I would sweep up after starting the dishwasher. Eventually, I was trusted to close up on my own, so I started taking sponge baths in the bathroom sink, and I would smoke a few cigarettes out back before crashing behind the counter. I was in full survival mode. The back area was just a miles-long grass field with a forest at the other end. Nothing special. Sometimes I would lay on the ground and look up at the stars while I smoked and daydreamed. I didn't know which were stars or planets or where any of the constellations were, but that didn't make it any less serene. It actually became my favorite part of each day. Then one night I had an experience that made me terrified of being outside at night. What I thought to be a shooting star streaked across the sky, then came to a sudden halt and began emitting a soft green glow. It only sat motionless for a minute before moving again, and this time it was coming towards me. It grew bigger, little by little, until coming to another stop. I can't tell how high it was, but it looked like it was hovering directly over the back of the field. Next, the light started getting brighter until it hurt my eyes. I tried looking away, but I could still see the pale green light even through my eyelids. It made me dizzy, and I must have passed out because I only remember flashes after that. When I next opened my eyes, I was still on the ground, and 3 tall gray beings were standing over me. They were humanoid in shape, but very different in appearance. Their heads were huge, with big, bulbous black eyes, straight out of something from an old sci-fi movie, and they only had small slits for nostrils and mouths. Before I could even register more or even comprehend my situation, everything went black. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on something cold and metallic inside of a white room. Or maybe the lights were so bright, it only looked white. I can't be sure. It's almost like a fever dream. Then a voice began to speak in my mind, telling me to sleep, and the world went black yet again. There was also a flash of being taken back into the bar. I have the vaguest memory of being carried up the porch steps, the sound of padded feet on the wooden deck. The final time I woke, it was 9 a.m., and I was in my sleeping bag behind the counter. My head hurt like the worst hangover of my life, and I spent 10 minutes in the bathroom, puking up a bunch of thick, clear liquid. I was still nauseous for most of the day afterwards, but there was no more mystery fluid spewing out of me. That night, when I cleaned myself, there were small, quarter-sized bruises on my chest, abdomen, thighs, and biceps. They were sore to the touch, but faded a few days later, along with the random dizziness that would suddenly overtake me. There was nowhere I could go. I had to continue working at the bar for another 6 months before I could buy a car and get out of the backwoods. But I never smoked after dark again. I don't know what the hell happened to me in that field, and I honestly don't want to know. I just don't think my mind would recover if I knew everything. This is the first time I've even thought about it in over 15 years, and I just couldn't stop, so I decided to share the experience. I have a life with a real family and a good job now. I didn't feel comfortable telling any of them about my ordeal, unless I sound crazy. But this seemed like a safe place to put it. I almost prefer that I was crazy, but it was all just far too real. This happened a little over 20 years ago, and I still think about it. More often than I'd like to. Usually it comes back when I'm walking somewhere alone at night, or when something feels slightly off and I can't name why. Some part of me is still there, on that stretch of road, listening. I stopped trying to fully explain it. What happened doesn't fit anywhere that feels rational, and I've made my peace with that. I'd been at a friend's small gathering, the ones that wind down slowly, people peeling off in pairs. I ended up sharing a cab home with 2 other girls, which was just how things worked back then. No ride shares or live location sharing. You got dropped where it was convenient and walked the rest of the way. They let me out about a half a mile from my apartment. It was a college town, so the route would have felt familiar. These low brick buildings, patches of open lawn, streetlights that create more shadows than light. Most nights there were still people out, somewhere walking a bike, a couple cutting across the quad, the ambient hum of a place that never fully went to sleep. But that night the street was quiet in a way I hadn't felt. It was less like peace and more like absence. Like the usual noise had simply been turned down and then off. I started walking, going over the evening in my head, ready to be home. And then something shifted. There wasn't a sound I heard, nothing I could point to. There was this sudden awareness that the space behind me had changed. I slowed slightly, not enough to be obvious, but I was just listening. There were footsteps, a few paces back, keeping my rhythm almost exactly. I didn't turn around, and I still can't really fully explain why. Maybe instinct. Maybe some animal part of me understood that turning would change something, confirm something, and then there'd be no pretending I hadn't noticed. So I kept walking, and now I was aware of everything. The gaps between buildings, the distance to my door, how far my voice would carry if I screamed. I remember thinking, run, scream, do something. That's what you're supposed to do. And then something interrupted that thought. Not another thought, something different in quality, different in texture. Calm where I was not calm, unhurried where every nerve in my body was firing. Don't run, the voice said. I kept walking, but I'd gone still inside. Don't scream, keep walking, this internal voice said again. I can't explain how I knew that it wasn't my own thinking, but I did. The way you know the difference between your voice and someone else's in a dark room. It didn't come from fear or adrenaline. It came from somewhere steady, somewhere that had a vantage point that I didn't have. And I listened, which, looking back, is the part that startles me, that I didn't question it or argue. I didn't spiral into doubting myself. I just listened to the voice more intently than anything, while still listening to the footsteps. And they were getting closer, not matching my pace anymore, gaining. Every instinct was screaming at me to run, to turn, to do something. But each time the voice came back through, it was level and clear. Keep walking. You're safer that way. For now. Keep going. Safe was not what I felt, but there was something in the way that it was said. Not necessarily comforting, but true. It just made me trust it over everything else that I was feeling. And then something else changed. This is the part that I guess I have the hardest part describing. The air around me felt different, dense, almost like I was moving through a space that had been closed off, and whatever was behind me was on the other side of something I couldn't see. The footsteps were close. I knew they were close, but they didn't feel as close as they should have. Finally, my building was ahead. Not far, but it felt far enough. Then the voice shifted. Now. Now. Scream. Call for Maya. Now. No explanation. For the first time that whole walk, I moved without thinking about it first. I just screamed, louder than I knew that I even could. I called Maya's name over and over, running the last stretch to the entrance. And that's when the footsteps behind me, they stopped being careful. Whatever had been back there decided that it didn't need to hide anymore. I could hear it running fast. I felt a hand around my neck before I processed what was happening. It was hard, pulling me backward and stopping me completely. And then voices, real ones. Maya, another voice, shouting, movement, hands pulling him off of me, everything at once. I found out afterward that Maya had been in our apartment that night, studying late. She'd just opened the window, and she'd heard me immediately and ran straight out. The first person that she ran into on the way down was campus security, who'd been doing a routine walk of our building. They both reached me in time. I've turned that night over and over in my head many times, more than I can count. I've tried adrenaline, heightened instinct, dissociation, the brain doing strange things under extreme stress. Those explanations get me partway there, and then stop. They don't account for timing. They don't account for the fact that if I'd run when I first felt that something was wrong, if I'd screamed 2 blocks earlier, I would have been too far away. No one would have heard me. Something knew that. Something knew exactly when the window was open. I don't hear that voice anymore. I never have again. and I don't think that I was supposed to hear it again. I think it was only ever there for that one stretch of road, that one night, that one moment where the margin between fine and not fine was razor thin. I don't know what to call what happened. I just know I listened, and I'm here. I'm not from Massachusetts. I moved to the South Shore about 6 months ago for a job in logistics. Honestly, there hasn't been much time to learn the local flavor. To me, the Freetown State Forest was just a massive green patch on Google Maps where I could let my dog Cooper run and let off some steam. Cooper is a 70-pound golden retriever mix. He's not a fighter, but he is fearless, or he used to be. We were about 2 miles in, following a trail that looked like it hadn't been maintained since the 90s. Cooper was about 20 yards ahead of me, nose to the ground, doing his usual routine, and then he stopped. He didn't bark or growl, he just went real rigid, his tail tucked between his legs. I walked up to him thinking maybe he'd found a porcupine or a coyote. I looked where he was staring, about 30 feet ahead, near the base of a massive lightning-scarred oak. There was something bouncing. That's the only word that I have for it because it doesn't even quite fit itself, but what else? It was white, a sickly, translucent white, like the color of a mushroom that's been growing under a log. It was small, maybe knee-high, and it was bobbing up and down in front of the tree, but it wasn't touching the ground. It was just hovering 6 feet off of the pine needles, moving with this jerky, rhythmic motion that looked like a corrupted video file. My brain tried to make it a plastic bag that was caught in the wind, and then a white owl, but it had mass. It had shape, vaguely humanoid, but hunched and small. Spindly, grayish limbs tucked in close to its bloated torso. It didn't really have a face that I could see, just a smooth, pale surface, maybe where features could have been. "Cooper, come," I whispered. My voice felt like nothing, but it was enough to make the thing stop bouncing, turning. It didn't have a neck, it just rotated its entire upper body towards us. In an instant, the energy had changed. Cooper the dog, who was afraid of the vacuum cleaner, suddenly snapped. He let out a snarl, one I'd never heard before. It was deep and guttural, and then he charged. I screamed, "Cooper, no." He reached the tree in seconds, but the white thing didn't scramble away like an animal would. It glided. It moved backward into the deeper brush with this effortless, floating speed, like it was being pulled by an invisible wire. It stayed exactly 3 feet ahead of Cooper, almost like it was playing a game. I took off after them, screaming his name. I pushed through a wall of scrub pine branches tearing at my jacket, but they were fast. I'd see a flash of gold fur and then a flash of this nauseating, bobbing white light, and then nothing. The woods were dead. I ran until my lungs burned, calling for him, whistling until my throat was raw. I looked for tracks, but the pine needles don't hold prints well. I spent 40 minutes wandering in circles, and the panic was starting to set in. The sun was dropping fast, and the triangle, a name I'd later learned to hate, was turning pitch black. I was standing in a small clearing about to call 911 when I heard a whimper. I turned my flashlight toward a dense thicket of briars, and there was Cooper. He wasn't trapped. He was wedged. He'd shoved himself so far into a hollow under a fallen log that I had to grab his hind legs and basically haul him out. He was shaking, so much I could hear his little teeth chattering. He was covered in mud and burrs, but he didn't have a scratch on him, not a bite mark or a claw wound, but his eyes were They were wide, darting. He wouldn't look at the woods. He just pressed his head into my chest and let out this long, low moan. I didn't stay to investigate. I carried that 70-pound dog half a mile back to the car. The weirdest part, less scary and traumatizing, was when I got home. I was brushing the needles out of Cooper's fur, and I found something stuck to his collar. It wasn't a burr. It was this small, hand-carved piece of stone. It looked almost like an arrowhead, but it was made of a dark, oily rock that I'd never seen before. And it was tied to a piece of what looked like braided hair. I threw it in the trash. I didn't want it in the house, and now the panic feelings were coming back. I had my dog and I was grateful, but what the hell else did we bring home? I looked up the area online a few days later because who would be able to get that out of their brain? I was thinking that maybe this was some sort of escaped exotic pet or there was some weird local cult. But then I saw sketches of the Pukwudgie, the little people of the forest. That gray-white skin, ability to disappear and reappear, tendency to lure dogs and people into deep brush, only to leave them terrified and lost. I don't go to Freetown anymore. There's plenty of other places to go. I take Cooper to a fenced-in dog park in the suburbs now because that's where he's happy. It's boring and light is always bright. There's no twisted pine trees or strange Pukwudgies. I know a lot of people don't believe in that stuff, but I guess you gotta see it to believe it. Cooper still won't go near the back door after sunset. Sometimes he'll stand in the kitchen and stare at the window, his hackles raising, watching something that I feel like I can't see, something just outside of reach of the porch light. He's a goodest boy, but this was traumatizing to both of us, to say the least. And there's really no explanation besides folklore. So, do with it what you will. For about 10 years, I worked as a land surveyor, mostly doing contract work for timber companies up in the Cascades. It meant a lot of time alone, deep in the woods, sometimes for days at a time. You get used to the sounds of the forest, the wind, the birds, occasional snapping of a branch that still makes you jump. You learn what's normal. This happened on a job mapping a remote section of land northeast of Darrington. I was about a mile from the nearest logging road, setting up my transit. It was dead quiet, one of those days where the air is so still that you can hear the blood in your own ears. I really didn't expect what I heard next. Someone calling my name. Dave. It was clear as a bell. It sounded like my wife, which was impossible. She was at her desk job 80 miles away. I spun around, nothing. Just endless firs and ferns. I shook my head, and I blamed it on the wind, and got back to work. About an hour later, I heard the jingle of my own car keys. It was the exact sound that they make, the heavy Ford key clinking against the lighter house keys. The sound was coming from about 50 yards away, from a dense thicket of trees. I froze, listening. Then silence. Now I was on edge. I wasn't armed, but I grabbed the heaviest tripod leg and stood there for a minute, just listening. There was still nothing. I tried to work, but my focus was shot. And then I heard it again. Dave. Honey, I think I twisted my ankle. Can you help? My blood actually ran cold. It was a perfect imitation of her voice, right down to the little tremble that she gets when she's scared. It was coming from deeper in the woods, away from the road and away from where I could see. Something wanted me to go looking. Instead, I called my wife. She didn't answer, of course. But a moment later, she called back. I said it was nothing and told her to go back to work. I had just started packing my gear, my hands shaking so bad I could barely buckle the case. As I worked, I saw a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. In the shadows between two massive Douglas firs, something tall and stick-thin had shifted. I could see that it was pale, maybe brownish in color. It had been watching me. When it realized I'd seen it or thought I had, it just folded. It didn't run, it just sort of collapsed sideways, back into the trees and vanished. It was all completely unnatural. I left thousands of dollars equipment on the ground, ran the entire mile back to my truck without stopping, and realized I definitely would have to go back. And I did, but not alone. And I quit that job 2 weeks later. I don't know what was in those woods, but it knew that I was there. I mean, it knew me. It knew my sounds. It was trying to lure me in for sure. I've never experienced anything like that. Not before or since. And I know there's others out there that have experienced the same thing. It's just no one can seem to agree on what it is. I was with my mom when she'd gotten news that my Uncle Jake had gone missing off a boat in the Puget Sound. He had apparently gone overboard and he couldn't swim, so they told us they probably wouldn't find him alive. It had already been almost 2 days. That night, the phone rang. I stayed seated at the kitchen table while my mom answered. Her face went white as a ghost, and then she said in a tone that still worries me to this day, "Who is this?" And the caller hung up. I asked her who it was. She said she didn't know, and that it sounded like my uncle. The only thing that he said before hanging up was, "Help me, Jeannie. Please help me." My mom called her sister-in-law to tell her about the call, but she didn't answer. Later that same evening, she called my mom back, but she wasn't returning the missed call. She was calling to tell my mom they'd found my uncle's body. He'd washed ashore, likely dead for a couple of days. After my father died suddenly, I had to clean out his place and dispose of any of his things that we didn't want to keep. In his things was his cell phone. I got all the contacts out of it and turned the phone off for the last time. I put it in a drawer in my office. I spent the first week sort of in shock and planning for the funeral and settling his estate. At one point, I'd wondered why I hadn't felt that he was around me. About 5 minutes later, my phone rang. Caller ID showed it was my dad calling from his cell phone number. What? I just sat there in shock for a couple of rings trying to process it. I answered the phone, and there was nobody there. I rushed from my house to my office, and his phone was still in the drawer, still turned off. It was a couple of days later, and I was still trying to understand what happened. I finally mentioned it to my stepmother, my father's second wife, and she said she got a similar call at the same time on the same day. Too crazy. Hard to explain.